hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bad sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. This is Dennis Spurling coming live. I appreciate you all for being here with me today. It is a beautiful day, and today is the day for the critics. I want you critics, somebody type critics as you come in, type critics in the chat room as you come in. I want all the critics, you're welcome here. Thank you so much for your criticism. Shout out to my man, Willie D. Willie D has had my social media buzzing. Do you hear me? My social media page has been buzzing. But anyway, shout out to all the people who've been here for years. Here's the thing. Tonight we're doing something different. This isn't a regular show. This isn't me just talking to people who agree with me and talking about history. This isn't a comment section where people can type crazy stuff and disappear and never explain themselves. That's not what we're doing here. Tonight is for critics, okay? If you have something to say about my Willie D appearance, this is your chance. If you said I was wrong, it's your chance. Call in. If you said I was defending the prosecution, call in. If you said I was being too hard on Karmelo Anthony, call in. If you said I don't understand self-defense, call in. Call in. If you said I was selling out, call in. If you said I sounded like I was on the wrong side, call in. But here's the rule. You got to be live. You got to say it to my face. You got to show your face. No hiding behind dark screens. You're going to be a man or a woman. You got to put your big panties on. Don't hide in the comments. Don't hide behind emojis. Don't hide behind Dennis is a sellout. And then disappear when it's time to explain the law. If you had enough confidence to criticize me publicly, then you should have enough confidence to call in and say it with your voice. Because here's the problem with a lot of online criticism. People don't actually argue the point. They argue emotion. They argue race. They argue anger. They argue what they wanted the outcome to be, but they don't deal with the real legal question. The real legal question was never, do you feel bad for Karmelo Anthony or his family? Of course you feel bad for him. You should also feel bad for Austin Metcalf and his family if you're a human being. But see, the real question was never, do you think Austin Metcalf was perfect? That's not the issue. The real legal question was never, do you distrust the criminal justice system? A lot of us do, and for good reason. No, the real question is, was this, did the facts support the self-defense under Texas law, or did the jury have a legal basis to convict him of murder? The link is in the chat room. Again, critics, the link is in the chat room. This is a live. Somebody type live in the chat room. But again, as far as Willie D, that was the conversation that I had. That's the conversation some people didn't want to have. A lot of people wanted me to say he was black, the jury was white, or they were non-black because they weren't even all white. And therefore the verdict was wrong. But I'm not going to insult my audience like that. I'm not going to pretend law doesn't matter just because emotions are high. I'm not going to act like self-defense automatically applies because somebody got touched first. That's not the law. Putting hands on somebody may start the self-defense conversation. It doesn't automatically end the murder analysis. There's a difference between force and deadly force. There's a difference between being disrespected, being in danger of death or serious bodily injury. There's a difference between being scared and being legally justified in stabbing somebody. There's a difference between I understand why he was upset and the law excuses what happened. That's the part people don't want to deal with. And let me say this clearly. I'm not here to dance on Karmelo's conviction. I'm not here celebrating a young black man going to prison for 35 years. I'm a father. I have sons. I understand exactly how serious this is. One young man is dead and another young man's life is destroyed. Two families are never going to be the same. But because the stakes are that high, we have to be honest. Somebody type honest in the chat room. If your son is in a confrontation and he pulls a knife and somebody ends up dead, you better understand that the courtroom isn't going to care how tough he sounded in the moment. The courtroom isn't going to care that people online said he had every right to stand his ground. The courtroom isn't going to care that people on YouTube told him he didn't have to take disrespect. The courtroom isn't going to ask how he felt. If anything, he needs to get up there and testify himself. But let me tell you what the courtroom is going to ask. Was deadly force immediately necessary? Well, was his belief reasonable? Was there a threat of death or serious bodily injury? They're going to say, what did the witnesses say? What did the evidence show? What did the defendant say or not say? What did the jury believe? That's the real world. The link is in the chat room for all the critics. And look here, to many people online, too many of you all, too many people online are teaching young black boys street rules instead of courtroom rules. Street rules will have you feeling right for 5 seconds and sitting in prison for 35 years. Courtroom rules are different. Survival rules are different. Fatherhood rules are different. Sometimes walking away is not weakness. Sometimes walking away is wisdom. Sometimes walking away is the reason you sleep in your bed instead of a prison cell. Now, if you disagree with me, good. That's what this show is for. But don't call in with slogans. Don't call in with feelings. Don't call saying, man, he should have defended himself unless you're ready to explain why deadly force was legally justified. Don't call in saying it was self-defense unless you can explain what facts made it reasonable for him to use a knife in the moment or a deadly weapon. Don't call in saying, well, Austin touched him first. Like that automatically wins the case. It doesn't. That may matter. That may be part of the defense. But that alone doesn't mean you get to use deadly force against somebody. And also, don't twist what I said. I didn't say the justice system is perfect. I didn't say race doesn't matter. I didn't say a non-black jury, an all-white jury doesn't raise concerns. I didn't say Karmelo Anthony is some monster. I didn't say Austin Metcalf didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say I was happy that young man is getting a 35-year sentence. What I said was that the jury had a legal path to reject self-defense and come back with murder. That's not the same as saying you have to like the outcome. That's not the same as saying you have to that that the sentence feels fair to you. It's not the same as saying that the system treats black defendants equally. I didn't say that. It means we're mature enough to separate different questions. First, was the verdict legally explainable? Second, was the sentence morally excessive? Third, does race affect how people see the case? Those are three different conversations. And tonight, we can have all three, but we're not going to collapse them into one emotional argument and pretend that's legal analysis. So tonight, I'm opening up the call-in line. Again, as I said, the link is in the chat room. It's right there. I'm not going to bite you. I'm going to talk to you, and I'm going to let you talk. Join the conversation. Come on in. And you don't necessarily have to be a critic. I'd love to hear what you all have to say. The link is in the chat room right now. There it is. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid now. If you agree with me, you can listen. If you disagree, you can listen, but I would prefer you call in. If you said I was wrong, call in. If you said Willie D exposed me, call in. Shout out to my man, Willie D. If you said I didn't know what I was talking about, call in. If you said I was tap dancing for the prosecution, call in. Somebody type call in. If you said I betrayed the black community, call in. If you said I'm off code, call in. Somebody type off code. But see, well, here's the thing. When you call in, bring the facts, bring the law, bring a real argument. Because tonight we're going to we're not doing the comment section. You need to have courage. We're not going to do drive-by criticism. We're not doing. I got something to say, but I don't want to be challenged. Show your face. And when you call in, I want to see your face. No hiding. We're going live. Now, let me explain something else before we dig into this too deep. Because this is why I can give an unbiased opinion on this case. Number one, criminal law is basic law material. Somebody type basic. Okay? It's like that girl with no weave, no lashes, no lipstick. It's very basic. 5'4", 145 pounds, very basic. Okay, shopped at Forever 21. You know what I'm talking about, basic. Criminal law is probably one of the most basic areas of law that they teach. They teach it in law school, first year. This isn't some mysterious area of law that only 5 people in the country understand. This is basic first year law school information. Cam up. Now, the area of law that I practice, complex civil litigation, personal injury, class actions, federal litigation. You don't really learn that in law school. You got to learn that out in the world. You learn that by actually practicing. You learn that by being in the trenches. You learn that by dealing with insurance companies, federal courts, experts, discovery, motion, judges, mediations, real litigation strategy. But criminal law, self-defense, murder, manslaughter, burden of proof, reasonable belief, force versus deadly force. That's basic law school. Somebody type basic in the chat room. That's why a lawyer right out of law school can go become a prosecutor. That's why a lawyer right out of law school can go be a criminal defense attorney. That's why law schools let students work in criminal defense clinics. You could be a second-year law student and be defending people. That's why people can even represent themselves pro se in many criminal cases, and they do just fine. The concepts have to be understandable. That's why, and they have to be explainable. They have to be something regular people on a jury can understand. So when I talk about this, I'm not acting like I'm revealing some hidden secret. Cam up. The link is in the chat room. I see we got a couple of people waiting in here. I'm not acting like I'm revealing some secrets here. This is basic law. And here's the other reason my opinion is straight up the line. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a criminal defense lawyer. See, a prosecutor is almost always going to look at the case through the lens of the victim and the state. Even when you see them on CNN and MSNBC and YouTube or wherever, they're often speaking from a prosecutorial mindset. They're trained to look at it the way the state can prove the case. On the other side, the criminal defense lawyers are trained to look for every reason the accused should not have been convicted. That's their job. That's why, or that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to find reasonable doubt. They're supposed to challenge the state. They're supposed to attack the evidence. They're supposed to say, here's why my client shouldn't be found guilty. But see, I don't have that problem. I'm not tied to either side. I don't advocate for the prosecutor. I don't advocate for the defense. In fact, I detest the criminal practice of law. I don't want to be a criminal in criminal court. I don't want to defend criminal cases. I don't want to prosecute criminal cases. That's not my practice. It's not my lane. That's not how I feed my family. And that's exactly why I'm unbiased. I don't have a dog in that hunt. My law practice isn't dependent on me getting online and saying a guilty defendant is innocent because I'm trying to attract criminal defense clients. My law practice isn't dependent on me getting online and saying the accused person is guilty because I'm trying to protect some prosecutorial brand. Doesn't matter to my wallet what position I take in the criminal case. It doesn't matter to my bank account. It doesn't affect my ability to send my children to private school like some of these lawyers. It doesn't affect whether somebody hires me in a personal injury case, a civil rights case, or a class action or a federal case. So I can call it like I see it. You see how that works? I can give it to you raw and uncut. And that's why people get mad. Oh, you're an ambulance chaser. Yeah, that's why I don't care. I'm going to tell you the truth. It ain't my business. You get mad, but that's why they call me. Because they know I'm not trying to sell them a fantasy. I'm not trying to protect a criminal defense brand. I'm not trying to protect I'm not trying to protect a prosecutorial ban. I'm not auditioning for anybody. I'm just telling you what I see. Now, if you start asking me about personal injury cases and class action, insurance disputes and medical billing and civil litigation or other things directly connected to my practice, I might say no comment. See, why? Because what I say in public could affect an argument I need to make later in court. The jury will see me. The defense lawyers will see me and they say, well, you said this when you on CNN. And now you telling the jury you making an opposite argument, Judge. Judge, he's making an opposite argument that he made on CNN. And the last thing I want to have to do is fight myself. If I take one position on CNN or YouTube or social media, some lawyer can pull that clip later and try to use it against me. They can say, Mr. Spurling, didn't you say this back in 2026? And see, that's why prosecutors have to be careful when they appear on these public forums. That's why defense lawyers have to be careful. A defense attorney can take a prosecutor's public statement and use it in front of a jury. And a prosecutor can take a defense attorney's public statement and throw it back at them. Lawyers have to protect their future arguments. But I don't have that concern in criminal law because I don't practice criminal law. So when I look at the Karmelo Anthony case, I'm not looking at it like a prosecutor who needs to make sure I need to convict. I'm not looking at it like a defense lawyer who needs an acquittal. I'm looking at it like a lawyer who understands the law and a father who understands consequences. And that's why some people are angry. Y'all wanted me to pick a team. They wanted me to say he's black, so I'm defending him no matter what. Or that I wanted to, or they wanted me to say the jury convicted him, so everything the state did was automatically right. I'm not doing either one of those things. I'm not picking teams. I'm telling the truth. The cold, hard truth. The truth is that self-defense is not magic language. The truth is that I was scared doesn't automatically justify deadly force. The truth is that he touched me first doesn't automatically justify pulling out a weapon. The truth is that no duty to retreat doesn't mean you have a license to kill. And anybody who thinks that is stupid. Somebody type stupid as hell in the chat room. The truth is the jury can reject self-defense if they don't believe the response matched the threat. That's not complicated. That's basic law. That's basic common sense. And see, because I don't have a dog in this hunt, I can say it plainly. Now, let's bring some people in. What's up, people? All right, we have one gentleman here. You need to cam up. I see FBA for life. Come on in. The link is in the chat room. I want to hear what you all have to say. The link is in the chat room. FBA for life. You need to cam up. Anybody else who wants to come in, go ahead and cam up. As you all see, this is my purple belt. I was just recently awarded my first purple belt, my first stripe in purple belt. For you all who don't know, part of the reason I don't accept any of those excuses that you all give me about people being scared is because, of conflict, or that he had to pull out a knife or any weapon, is because I myself practice martial arts. Now, I'm going to share a little video collage that I put together, and I'll explain a little bit of it. This is me practicing my with my boxing guy. Take a look at this. This is me. Boom, look at that. That's Uncle D getting it. Hold on a minute. We got a fella here. FBA for life, man. We'll get back to the video in a minute. FBA for life. Welcome to the broadcast, sir. Thank you for coming in here. We appreciate you. What would you like to add to the conversation, sir?
Well, I've been hearing some of the rumors that's been going around. And one was that Karmelo's family was offered a plea deal where they were going to go ahead, if he took the plea deal, they were going to drop the murder charge down to a manslaughter charge. And they didn't take it because they felt that it was an open and shut case of self-defense. I mean, that's the rumors. That's all I can go by because there's 1,000,001 rumors spreading around. Mm-hmm. But to me, I think that his family should have took the plea bargain and took the manslaughter charges.
Okay. Let me get you to sit up a little bit so we can see your whole face, brother. I want to see your whole handsome. You're so handsome. We want everybody to see your handsome face in here.
Baby, I'm handsome. I'm beautiful. What you talking about?
Okay, just put the camera on so we can actually see your face. If you can line it, there we go. That's perfect. So, okay. I've heard a lot of the different rumors. Whether or not they offered a plea deal, I've asked people about it. It's my understanding that there was never a plea deal offered.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think they plan to offer him a plea deal at all. See, here's the thing I need you all to understand. Nobody, and shout out, I think somebody gave a super chat. Shout out to 1001 Backbone. Thank you so much. I'm gonna read all the super chats when I get through with this thing. But nobody in that courtroom who's been there before, including the judge, the prosecutor, or the defense attorney, thought that this young man was going to walk out of there that day. They knew he was going to prison. The only question was whether or not he was going to get manslaughter or a murder charge. That's it. That was the only question. Okay. Now the jury didn't believe the self-defense, but the only people who seemed surprised at this verdict is the public. Number one, the young man admitted that he did it. He admitted that he stabbed the young man. Okay. And you have some noise playing in the background.
No, not at all.
Okay, a little feedback there. So it's hard to get around when you have an admission, you have 20 witnesses who saw you do it. You're probably going to go to prison. The only question is whether or not it's going to be manslaughter or murder. The judge knew what was going to happen. The prosecutor knew what was going to happen. The defense attorney knew what was going to happen. Pretty much everybody knew that this is going to happen because we've seen this 100 times in the practice of law, in the criminal practice of law. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Just keep that in mind. Now, I'm not defending anybody's lawyer. I don't know anything about the lawyers, but I do know it is very common to hire an ex-prosecutor who has worked in that particular county to represent them because he knows everybody. A lot of times, if you've been a prosecutor for some years in a certain county, you know the other prosecutors, you know the judges, you know what they like, you know the local field, you know the juries. Prosecutors try, a prosecutor would try 100 cases in a 10-year time period. So people are trying to nitpick in this and go back and forth as to why, but the bottom line is, man, this wouldn't happen if these young men had emotional control. But I need some more criticism. Give me some criticism, FBA for life. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be like this. I'm a ex military. I was in the Marine Corps. Okay. And they taught us about hand-to-hand combat and all those things. When Karmelo went into his bag to retrieve whatever instrument that he used, he had a chance to pick a target. He could have stabbed him in the arm. He could have stabbed him in the leg. He could have stabbed him in the shoulder. He targeted the heart, meaning he went straight for the kill shot. Your lungs and your heart are directly lined up. And when he stabbed him in the heart, it don't even take much of a penetration for it to cause lethal damage.
Yeah.
So when I look at it this way, even if he was afraid, he did have control of the events because he could have either branched it and showed the guy, like, look, I got this knife, you better step back. Or he could have did it in a non-lethal way by stabbing them in the arm, the hands, whatever. Because they said it was only one stab. So if it was just one stab, then that means that was the lethal stab. It was intent. It was intent to cause death. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Well, it definitely was meant to cause serious bodily harm. I don't think the young man thought that he was going to. I don't know what he thought. He didn't testify, but and one of the key elements for self-defense is that you have to kind of put yourself up there under cross-examination so the jury can hear your side of the story. And his defense team elected not to do that. Maybe they thought it was already. Maybe they thought it was
a big mistake.
Well, here's the thing: if you put him up there and now you have his testimony, and then you get a new trial, which I think they anticipated they would get a new trial because of the Batson issue where they dismissed all of the black witnesses or black jurors, right? Right. Because again, if you don't have a unanimous jury, then you get a hung jury, you have to do it again. So one black witness might be a holdout and make them have to try the case all over again. And the prosecutor probably said, well, you know what? As long as we get a prosecution today, we're fine. We'll deal with an appeal later on. But maybe the defense attorney assumed that, you know what, this case will be appealed. We'll get an opportunity for a new trial, and then we'll determine whether or not we're going to have him testify live. But at this particular time.
Well, one thing I did notice, this is going back to the Rittenhouse, the Rittenhouse trial.
Okay, so let me no, brother. That was another state with another jury and another defendant. We're going to focus 100% on Karmelo Anthony's case. Okay. We can't litigate all those other cases. See, this is the problem. We can throw in this and throw in that, but let's stay focused on this situation right here. This 17-year-old boy at a track meet in broad daylight, surrounded by 40 or 50 people. Keep in mind, there was a tent right next to the tent he was sitting at. Did you see the setup, how it was on the stands? It's
yes,
a tent sitting right next to the tent that he was sitting at.
Okay? Right, I saw it.
So I'm just making a reasonable assumption. If he got up and moved out of that tent, do you think those other people would have said, hey, yeah, you can't sit under any of these tents, even though there's dozens of people here? I don't think that the question never came up, but the jury is looking at this. Why didn't he just go? He could go scoot 2 feet over and he'd have been in another tent. You see? I mean, I'm looking at the photographs. I don't know what was in the jury's mind, but that's what I'm thinking. But anyway, the link is in the chat room. Anybody else who wants to come in is welcome to come in. Brother, what else would you have to say? What else would you like to add?
Well, one thing else, thank you so much for you representing the Black community and you being a head with a cool head, and you're looking at things logically, not looking at things emotionally. I'm a father, and anytime a parent loses a child, it's a tragedy.
Yeah.
Even though Austin might have had his flaws and so forth, he didn't deserve to die. And that's where, as a Christian, and I know people are going to be like, oh, here we go. But as a Christian, nah, thou shalt not kill. That's the code. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's just me.
Well, I respect your opinion. I respect that, but I will say this: you have a right to defend yourself. Okay, the issue is not whether or not Karmelo Anthony had a right to defend himself. I believe everybody understands that he had a right to defend himself. The issue is the proportionality of force that he used in response. You cannot bring a knife to a fist fight, just like you can't bring a pistol or a gun or a firearm to a fist fight. At that point, you're using deadly force in response to a fair fist fight. That's not happening. Now, there probably are some circumstances if you're an elderly person and there's a young person beating you down and your life is in danger. I think a jury may agree with that. Okay, if you're a very, very sick or ill person, or even if you on the ground and somebody's on top of you punching you in the face and you use a pistol or a knife or something because your head is hitting on the concrete, you have a reasonable belief that your life is about to be in. I can understand that, but that wasn't a situation here. This man, this young boy, got in an argument with another young boy. They were both talking back and forth. Okay, and one of them put hands on him by pushing him, and then it just escalated. But that's not supposed to happen. We have another person here. I'd like you to cam up. You have to cam up. We need to see your face. We're not doing anybody who is not cammed up. We need folk to cam up. Shout out to Jacoby. I want to make sure I get your name correctly. Is it Jacoby Demisi? Is that it, sir?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome. What is your criticism? And thank you for joining us. Please join in and give us your criticism.
Well, thank you, Mr. Spurling. So I've been following this case as much as I could, and I get where us Black folks are coming from. Like, wait a minute, I see this disproportionate of cases that are similar, and it doesn't add up. And I understand where you're coming from. You need to focus on this case, not other cases. But there was a case down in Texas, not that far from Carmelo Anthony's situation, where the dude poked up the other guy up in the bathroom a few times, and he got 10 years, and I think he's getting out. You know, so
I don't know anything about that case. I only want to focus on Carmelo Anthony's case and the facts of this case because that's the only one that I discussed on Willie.
Yes, Mr.
Willie
Spurling.
D show. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Okay, so let's just talk. So, the mistake from the first get-go. First, I thought the judge not having cameras in the courtroom, I thought that was a good idea. To come to think about it now, that was not a good idea because it led it up to interpretation. And some of the reports that were coming out was Carmelo wasn't running that day; he was actually helping, and he didn't have a tent. The blue tarp is what they're pointing to is what was available to him, and it was reported that that he saw a friend in the tent, and he came over, and it was raining, so it was everybody knows the weather was not good, so. And also he had a 2 or 3 inch knife. Well, we all know he uses that for some people use it for tools, like cleaning your cleats. Uh, when you watch his demeanor, the way he presents himself, he doesn't strike me as a kid who causes trouble. Um, I think what happened was he was provoked. How he got provoked, we don't know, because most of the people were inconsistent on the stand, as it came out to report that what they were saying on trial wasn't what they're saying in the police report, and so I think the brother got railroaded because his defense attorney did not challenge the witnesses. Like, are you a professional? Where do you come to this conclusion where it's murder? How do you come to that conclusion? So the defense attorney didn't do anything. He let that boy get railroaded. And we're seeing that. It is up to the defense attorney's job to provide the best defense for your client. Even they didn't give the Gibson Go money. That money came straight from their own pocket. So people going around saying, oh, they're using the money for Gibson Go, buying Cadillacs. They never got the money. And I donated. So um this this shows you, like, man, this is a really injustice. Now there's a video supposed to be out there. Where's the video? That's all I care about. Where's the video? There's a venue that should have been changed if it was a conflict of interest. The person speaking for the Carmelo Anthony, the ex guy, I don't know his he has a checkered past. So when you're defending your client, especially a black client, you want to make sure everything is squeaky clean on their side, and that's not what they did. I think they took the Carmelo Anthony's money. The defense attorney knew each other, which is confirmed, and he didn't want to ruffle any feathers, and he gave him a ranky-dink defense. And I just think this is a tragedy. I don't think this kid was looking for a fight. I think there was a lot more going on with that tent than what people want to be honest with themselves. You don't go up and say, touch me, see what happens. You know what leads up to that. That means you've been going at me for a minute for me to say that. Um, and I think people are missing the mark. Also on the bleachers, people say, "Oh, you could have do the fisticuffs." You're not fisticuffing on the bleachers. That's very dangerous, especially in the weather. You can fall and break your neck. So I don't know how the knife got shoved into his chest like that. Some people report say he had him in a headlock. Some people say he had him up in like a line, like a linebacker. So it's I think that um they have a good grounds of appeal, and I wish them the best. And I want to know what your thoughts on it, Mrs. Spurling.
Well, let's start with the facts that we know that were reported
Hmm.
to the police officers
Hmm.
by Carmelo Anthony. How about that? Does that sound like a good place to start?
Yes, sir. I'm
That's a
familiar with
good
that
place.
area too.
And
Hmm.
so what we're going to do is we're going to actually pull up the police report because there seems to be a lot of information
Hmm.
out there about what was said, who said what to who and when. And so let's see what Carmelo Anthony actually said, because I think that's the most appropriate thing. Now, here's a police report.
Hmm.
Frisco, and can everybody see it? Okay, can you all see it? All right, date 4/2/2025, 10:01 p.m. On view arrest. Arresting officer was Cortez. You had another officer who showed up. Who we talking about? We're talking about this young man here, Carmelo Anthony.
Hmm.
That's a picture of him. Originally born
Yeah.
in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He is 5'9", 130 pounds. Sex male, ethnic. It looks like that means N-word for Negro. Or actually race is black, ethnic, I don't know. I guess that's non-existent. His occupation, he's a cashier at HEB. Okay, first degree felony, murder. All right, now let's see what he says. On 4/2/2025, at 10:01 p.m., Stately School Resource Officer E. Cortez heard over the radio dispatcher call out a stabbing call at David Cocodall Stadium. I won't read the address. FPD call notes indicated that an athlete was stabbed. The suspect was reported as being black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. I immediately left my office and ran across the Staley Middle School parking lot um, towards the southwest entrance into the stadium. As I entered the stadium, two high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. I did not immediately, I did not identify these students. Next, I proceeded towards the north end of the stadium visitor side on foot. As I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial High School tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Does any of that sound like that's what we can all agree that that's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So two victims pointed out, two students pointed out that there was a victim, an athlete died. Okay, an athlete was dead under the memorial tent. Once I arrived onto the north side bleachers, an adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. So Karmelo was identified. The individual that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hooded sweater and dark colored night pants. The suspect at this point was on the track at the end. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hand in the air. This is him talking to Karmelo Anthony. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. That's his admission.
Yeah,
Karmelo said, I was protecting myself. Okay, we get that. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. In other words, the police officer said, I didn't even ask him what happened. He just said, I was protecting myself. Okay, now that could be inferred as it should lead to an admission. Now let's keep listening. We'll keep reading. I asked him if he had any weapons. He said no. Well, let me go back. It should be noted that I hadn't asked him any questions about the incident when he made the comment. I asked him if he had any weapons on. He said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence. I did not locate any on his person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put hands on me first, or he put hands on me. Okay? Let's listen to that. What didn't he not say?
Yeah, I remember he.
This is a rhetorical question. What did he not say? He didn't say he got jumped by 4 people in this police report, did he?
No, he said I was protecting myself.
No. He said no. He didn't say that. He didn't say he got jumped. He told him I was protecting myself. He told me he put his hands on me. He didn't say they put their hands on me. He said he put his hands on me. So who is he talking about? 4 people or 1 person? I'm just saying, I gotta ask you the questions, brother. Who is he talking about? 4 people or 1 person?
Well, that's that we
yes
won't know.
He's talking about 4 people or 1 person.
Right.
I'm asking you the question. See, you gotta see. Here's the thing: we got to deal with the facts as they are. This is Karmelo Anthony's statement when he states that he put his hands on me. Is he talking about 1 person or multiple people?
And Mr. Spurling, I would say to this, and I'm going to answer the question there. When you're saying which one is it? Because he's saying in the report,
Okay.
I'm as one person.
I'm gonna read it again. Let me read it again, okay? Because we have to be intellectually honest if we're gonna have a conversation. Yeah, it's not about what is, because I'm letting you hear what the jury heard.
All right.
Okay. We got to hear this is a statement made contemporaneously with the arrest. These are called excited utterances. This information came in. This is what the jury heard. Okay. All right. The suspect also said he put his hands on me. Is he talking about 1 person or multiple people?
He's talking about Austin. So
he's talking about 1 person. There's no statement as to who that person was yet. If he had said Austin, then the cop would have inferred that they knew each other. He didn't know him. So he said, let's just get there. I then detained the suspect in handcuffed behind his back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer Ricci had arrived on the scene at the time. I conducted another pat down on his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then then responds that saying, I'm not alleged, I did it. So did Karmelo Anthony confess to killing Austin at that point? It's a yes or no question.
No, because he didn't
Okay, let
say
me
I
read it
killed.
again. Let me read it again. Then the suspect responds and says, I'm not alleged, I did it.
Yes, the alleged could be like he didn't say I killed. I said, yeah, I'm the one.
Okay, let me read it again, brother. I conducted another pat down on his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. This cop is talking to another cop, right? Karmelo is not even being asked any questions. The suspect, we know now is Karmelo Anthony, then responded and says, I'm not alleged, I did it. Is that a confession to the stabbing which led to Austin Metcalf's death?
Yes.
There we go. Next, Officer Ricci and I walked the suspect to the patrol car, which was on the north gate. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. He never said in here that they put their hands on me. He never said that he was jumped. This young man is volunteering a lot of information without being asked. A reasonable person would probably assume, a jury listening to this would probably assume that if he was jumped by 4 people, even if the 20 witnesses who testified on behalf of the prosecution didn't say it, even if the 4 witnesses who testified on behalf of Karmelo Anthony didn't say it, certainly we would think that this young man would say out of his mouth, they jumped me, 4 people jumped me. That's not in the police report. So what we do have is a confession that he did it without being asked. We have a confession that he put his hands on me. So I guess that's the self-defense argument. So let's keep reading. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol car. I searched his person again. So they've searched him 3 times. They're trying to find the weapon. I had him sit in the, let me finish reading, brother. I had him sit in the back seat area, driver's side of the patrol car while the suspect was in the back seat. I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw blood out loud so that it would be captured by my body-worn camera. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay? In other words, he voiced concern about Austin for whatever reason. He voiced concern about Austin. Maybe he was sympathetic. Maybe at that point he was concerned about how serious this matter had become. I don't know. He never testified. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name, date of birth verbally, Karmelo Anthony, black male with the date of birth, and that's crossed out. I ran through the Frisco PD dispatch. Officer Jay Hannock arrived on the scene and remained with me. And the suspect at that point, Karmelo, was then checked via eSchool database. His identity was confirmed. The identifying information he proved matched the individual I had in the custody. Next, I was, and the rest of it, you can look at it online, but that's the crux of it. So, brother, here's the thing. We have a confession to a killing. Now, murder is a legal charge. The murder is a legal determination. It's not murder if it's manslaughter. You might have murder. Well, it is murder, but then there is a defense to murder called self-defense that we talked about. But we have a confession. He said he did it. And we have to start at that point. The suspect admitted to killing this other young man. That's where we start.
Well,
So let's go back to some of your other questions. You were concerned about, I believe you said the something about the defense attorney. What was the defense attorney supposed to do after your client has confessed to the murder?
the defense attorney is, they have a difficult job when you're confessing to things.
No, I
But
want you
at
to
the
tell me what he
but
was
at the
supposed to do. If you tell me what words could he have used to undo that murder? And if you can please put your I like to get your whole face in the frame so we can be even as we talk. There we go. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Go ahead.
Okay, repeat the question. You said what could
What
the defense
what
attorney do?
what
Mhm.
words could the defense attorney have used to undo the murder that Karmelo Anthony admitted to?
Well, the part where you read in the report, it says, "Is he going to be okay?" That doesn't tell a person that this person was planning on murdering anybody. This tells us that, in my opinion, I assume that the adrenaline was high and tensions were high.
Mhm.
And all it took is that one time. There was no repeated poke, poke. It was poke. And, so when I defended myself. Yes, I'm the one who did it. That could be up for interpretation. Well, now we know what he meant by
Okay,
that
I'm gonna stop you right
afterwards.
there. You admitted that he murdered him, and you mentioned
Mm.
some things like emotions, hot
Yeah,
blood. I get that. Okay, so now you're describing manslaughter. You're saying
right.
he was emotional. Now, in order to have manslaughter, okay, well, in order to even have, first of all, where was the indication? He said, what did he say? Did he say he hit him? He touched me.
Yeah, like, well,
All right.
in the
Okay.
court, they
Let me
describe
ask
him
you.
as a lion.
Let
Yeah.
me get to come on. I'll let you talk for about 5-10 minutes straight. So now we have to learn. We're
Mhm.
going to try to learn here because there are a lot of people out here who are watching this broadcast and they're trying to pick apart this discussion. Bottom line is he murdered somebody. He admitted to murdering somebody, and the amount of force that he used a deadly weapon. Now, some people confuse it has to be a knife or a gun. But you know what's not a deadly weapon? A car,
Mm.
but you can kill somebody with it. A baseball bat, but you can kill somebody with it. So a deadly weapon is something, an object is
It could be
determined deadly in the
anything.
manner used.
Yeah,
And if you
it could be
use
anything.
whether it's a track knife, whatever kind of knife it was, the manner in which it is used determines whether or not it rises to the level of deadly weapon. So he admitted that he murdered somebody. He admitted that he did it. And we all know that it's a knife that was involved. Now, did Karmelo Anthony ever tell the police officers that Austin Metcalf hit him with a bat or broke a bottle across his head?
No, he didn't describe
Okay,
Austin.
stop. Your answer is no.
Mhm.
So, is there any indication that any other weapon was used or any weapon was used against Karmelo Anthony before he utilized his knife?
In the report, no.
Okay, so there's no evidence in the report. Is there any evidence in this police report that says Karmelo Anthony was jumped? The
No,
police report I just read. No.
no.
So there's no justification to bring deadly force into what is basically a situation where you're touched.
No, I mean, a touch, like, if you do this, that doesn't justify deadly force. Touch could mean, as a person's trying to articulate what is a touch. When they were asked about this, he said it was almost like Austin had put him up into a
Let me
pick you
slow you
up.
down. Let me slow you down.
So
Nobody asked Karmelo anything. He volunteered all this information.
I know I'm talking about during the trial when you said,
Mhm.
what does justify a touch? No, touch does not justify deadly force. We all can agree to that.
Okay, so let's
How
stop there. Let's stop there. If touching does not justify deadly force, that means there is no self-defense claim and the murder conviction was accurate.
No, I don't
No,
believe
no,
the
no,
murder
no, no,
conviction.
brother. No. You
No,
just
because no,
no. You said out of your
Mr.
mouth.
Spurling. Yes,
Brother,
I
you
did
just
say,
said
but
out of your mouth that
Mr. Spurling,
are you saying that you didn't mean to say that?
I'm saying that that's not what I'm interpreting. I'm saying when
No.
you say touch,
Okay.
no, if you do this, this is not deadly. This is not justified deadly force.
Okay.
When someone is trying to articulate, when it was asked in the trial, how did Anthony get touched? I'm paraphrasing. Supposedly, Austin had picked him up as a linebacker because Austin was a football player.
Hold on,
That
brother.
could be
When I look
that.
at this police report,
Uh-huh.
he didn't say he touched me by picking me up. He just said he touched me. This is
But
what the
that's.
police report says.
But yes,
Now,
but we
if
also.
you're saying a witness testified, because there were multiple witnesses and it was inconsistent. A lot of
Yes.
people testified saying different things. Some people said it was more like a linebacker touch. So let's assume it was a linebacker touch. Let's assume that. Let's assume that that's what happened. Does that rise to the level of deadly force?
It could, because you're on the bleachers. It's bad weather. You can slip. You can
Okay.
break your neck.
He was sitting down the whole time, according to his testimony, according to the witness's testimony. How could he then be picked up off the bench like a linebacker and he was never actually moved?
But he was moved, wasn't he? If he's sitting down, I mean, I'm not understanding.
Well, see, here's the problem. The jury heard all that. Okay. You didn't hear all that information. What you're hearing is a lot of rumor and innuendo. The jury heard the fact that number one, we have a person who is dead. We have a person who confessed to it. And the only force that was used against him was, and I know we got people waiting. People come on in. I got some more people. Come on back in. Everybody's lined up. They want to come in here. We have a confession. We have a dead body, a dead 17-year-old boy, and we have literally dozens of witnesses. You're not going to get out of that. It's not going to happen. You're going to go to prison. The only question is whether it's going to be manslaughter or murder. But you yourself said that touching does not rise to the level of deadly force, and that's why he got murdered.
No, but the touching that I'm demonstrating and what you're saying, I get where you're coming from.
Even if he picked him up like a linebacker, that does not rise to the level of deadly force.
Okay.
It just doesn't, brother. It doesn't. No reasonable people. See, this is why you put people on the jury and they determine what's reasonable. Was the force used reasonable in response to being touched? Now, I'm not saying that he pushed him like a linebacker. I don't know. I know one of the witnesses testified to that, but other ones said, no, he was still sitting down the whole time. He had his hand in his backpack. The minute he touched him, he whipped it out and hit him in the chest.
But then Austin's brother in the news said that his brother had took the backpack. So which one is it?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there's a dead body and that the young man admitted to killing that boy. That's what I do know. Okay. And if you kill somebody in the great state of Texas, you're probably going to go to prison. Let me say more likely, no, you're going to go to prison. More likely than not. The question is going to be, is it going to be manslaughter? Is it going to be murder? Or is it going to be capital murder? That's the question. Well, okay, because see, there's also some other realities that we have to come into play. This is a black boy, a young black man in a white community. Okay, and you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. See, these are just grown-up conversations that we have to have. Now, hold on a minute. See, his parents decided that they want to go out there and live with them white folks, didn't they?
I understand.
They could have lived in Dallas. They could have lived in a whole lot. They wanted to live out there with them white folks. They wanted to send their kids to them white folks' school, right?
And they failed to read the room.
That's what they wanted. They wanted to live with the white folks, right? That's what they wanted, right? We have white people. Look, I know you all have white friends and white girlfriends and white relatives and white baby mamas. I get that. But that does not, and just because you have one white friend doesn't mean that all white people
love you.
Well, bottom line is when people get together, it becomes clannish. It's our team versus your team. That's how it is. And that's why we have the law. Now, I'm gonna promise you this. Most times as a black person, you're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt. So if there's any doubt, you're probably not gonna get it. That's it. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Spurling.
Now, I think we did a great job here. I'm gonna let some other folk in. I appreciate your criticism. It was honest, it was straightforward. I'm gonna go ahead and bring somebody else in here. Is there anything else you want to say? But did a murder take place?
Yes, we all know.
Okay, all right. Did Karmelo Anthony admit to murdering him?
Yes, in the report.
Okay,
yes.
he admitted it, brother. No. Should somebody be responsible for murdering somebody else? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, you should be responsible for your own
That's
actions.
all. There we go.
But
All right, brother. I appreciate you. Let me get somebody else in here.
But I
Sam
wanted to-
Trail, thank you so
Okay.
much. I appreciate you for waiting this time period.
What's up?
Welcome to the broadcast, sir. What would you like to add to the conversation? Hopefully you have some criticism too.
Yeah, I just feel like you made a lot of assumptions, saying with the touch and him admitting that he murdered someone. He didn't admit to the police officer in the police report that he murdered someone, because if you look at the when they had the police body cam, and he said, I didn't. He says he okay. He asked if he was okay, so he wasn't even aware that Austin had died. So he wasn't admitting to the police officer that he murdered anybody. And then, as far as like the touch me, you're saying it in such a monotone way, like he touched me, like, or a cavalier way. But he may have been emotional when he said it, and maybe not picked his words the best way. But he just stabbed somebody, and he's going through a lot of trauma in himself. It takes a lot to stab somebody. It's very intimate. And so a 17-year-old boy who has no history of violence and no criminal record, for him to get to a point where he would stab someone in a public place like that in the chest, he was scared. And so you're picking apart things that a 17-year-old said, but he didn't say like he shouldn't have touched me or in that cavalier way. You don't know how he said it. He could have said it in tears. And what I gather from the police officer's statement, Karmelo was in tears and he was emotional. So I think it was more dramatic. Like he should when he said he shouldn't have touched me. And so I feel like you're just taking a lot of things and just making it seem so simple. Or when you say he was sitting down and a touch shouldn't mean you get murdered. We don't know how he got touched because he didn't testify. That's a valid point. That's his defense. That's on his defense. But from what I gathered from a couple people, they said that he was pushed back, and then someone said he lifted him up. And so we don't know what really happened in that tent. But for this to go down like it did, a lot more than a touch happened.
Okay. So are you saying that Karmelo Anthony didn't murder Metcalf?
As far as I know, it was self-defense. So
no. That's not what I'm asking.
He died due to
Did Karmelo Anthony plunge a knife in Austin Metcalf's chest and he bled to death? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. When you kill another person, is that called murder?
Depends.
So it's your opinion is no.
It depends.
I'll let you talk, brother. I'll let you talk. You got to answer the questions. If we're going to get there, we got to get there together. So you're saying there's a difference between murder and killing?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Murder is if you kill someone on accident with your car, like you hit and kill a kid in the crosswalk on accident, you kill somebody. You didn't murder them.
Okay. So
now, if I go stalk my neighbor and stab her in the throat, I've murdered her.
Let's stop. Are you saying that Karmelo Anthony accidentally killed Austin Metcalf? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How do you know this information?
That's based off the information I have.
No. How do you know this information? Because my understanding is that Karmelo Anthony never took the stand.
Got you. Based off of the information that I have,
from who? Because I could just
from the attorneys, from the transcripts,
what transcripts from where?
His trial.
So you have the transcripts from the trial.
Well, whatever
court reporter put together. That's what you have already.
No. But whatever court team put together, the reports.
Slow down.
We have access to.
Hold on, brother. Slow down. Because the appeal, the appellate, they haven't even paid for the appeal yet, so the transcripts wouldn't be.
I meant what we got from reporters.
You can't cut me off. I'll let you talk. And now I'm going to say this, and then you can speak. So we don't have the official transcripts from the court. So when you say transcripts, what I'm asking you, let me finish, sir. Where did you get this information from that you referred to as transcripts?
From the different reporters from Court TV. I've been following it, and I believe his name is Cody. So I've been following his notes.
So you got hearsay. This is hearsay. This is not acceptable.
That's all you have. You have nothing more than what I have.
This is not what the jury heard. Okay.
You don't know.
I'm going to tell you what the jury heard, sir.
You have hearsay too, so don't act like you have some kind of authority. You don't. We got the same information.
Sir, no. The jury heard 20 witnesses from the prosecutor. They heard 4 witnesses from the defendant. And based on that testimony, they determined that Karmelo Anthony was guilty of murder. That's what they determined. Okay?
Okay.
You weren't there. I wasn't there. All I'm simply trying to do is explain to you why they arrived at the murder conviction.
You don't know why they arrived at anything. Like, it could be all kind of, those people, they all know each other. Those people have to live in that county. And so
do you have any proof?
It could have been intimidation. It could have been anything. We don't know.
Sir, do you have proof that all these people know each other?
And you don't have proof that they don't.
Sir, you made the accusation that they know each other.
You don't know. What I'm saying is we got the same amount of information, and you make a lot of assumptions. You don't have any authority.
Sir, I don't have to prove the negative. All I'm asking you is to answer the question that you presented. You said all of them know each other, and I want the proof that they know each other. That would be great grounds for appeal.
And you don't have proof that they don't.
No, I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you, do you have proof that all of the people know each other? The jury, are you saying the jury knows? They knew each other?
I'm saying that they're all in the same small place, and something this racially provoking could cause a lot of problems for a lot of people if they got out of line. And so we got to call a thing a thing.
I'm going to ask you again, brother. Do you have proof that all these people, the jury, they all know each other? Yes or no?
I'm talking about the community. It's not. I'm talking as a whole, the community.
Okay. Well, let's try it like this. So you're saying the community wherein Karmelo Anthony lives, they all know each other. Everybody knows everybody.
Pretty much.
So did Austin Metcalf know Karmelo?
So I'm not saying like every single person. I'm saying like it's 1 degree, 2 degrees separate.
Respectfully, sir.
Respectfully, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You're doing.
No, I don't.
No. You know what I'm saying.
Put you on mute.
1 degree separation, 2 degree separation is a small town, and to go against the grain will cost you.
Texas is not a small town. Now let me go back to you said everybody knows each other, but when I asked you the question whether or not Karmelo Anthony knew Austin Metcalf, you didn't respond.
What I'm saying, it's not a big. They've had matches together. People know of each other. It's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? It's a small town. 1 degree, 2 degrees separation. And so if somebody got out of the line, it ain't gonna take long for it to get around town. Who's going to get to grain?
Let's entertain that line of reasoning. They all know each other. Does that erase the dead body?
No, the boy's dead. But from some of the he made.
Let it go back. Let's go back. Can we agree that that Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf?
Absolutely. R.I.P. Metcalf.
Okay. So we agree that Karmelo and that stabbing was resulted in that Austin Metcalf's death, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that Karmelo Anthony should be held responsible for that?
From what I understand, it's self-defense. No. Okay, let me. No, you're cutting me off. Let me answer you.
All right, you saying it's self-defense. Please explain to me why you believe it's self-defense.
I believe it's self-defense because it was 2 of them. Karmelo Anthony, this is a $130, like 5'8", something like that. These dudes are like 6 foot, 215, and it was twins. And the way and he was sitting down, they walked over to that man and they were standing over him, and they were aggressive with him. And so absolutely, they put his hands on him. Austin pushed him. And we don't know to what degree, but it was enough to where that 17-year-old boy felt like he had to stab that boy to get him up off of him. And some people say that's not the same kind of force. Well, no, I feel like Karmelo, he evened the playing field. He had two dudes that were way bigger than him in his face, and pushed him, according to some of the prosecutors on witness, picked him up as if it was a football drill. So yeah, it was definitely self-defense.
Just for the folks, these are my two sons here. At the time, they were 15 years old and 14 years old, and they were about 140 pounds each. But go ahead, keep talking, brother. Go ahead.
That has nothing to do with anything.
No, I'm just letting the video play. Please continue telling us.
No, why do we have to see your sons?
Because it's my show.
I mean, but I'm just saying, I'm asking the question.
Yeah,
why?
Because it's my show.
You said we can bring up any other cases, and we're talking about the facts. But now, how convenient you can pull up a video of your kids that have nothing to do with anything. You have a weird bias, bro.
Okay, here's the thing. The whole point is that they're saying that Karmelo Anthony should have been afraid because the other boys were bigger than him, because he was only 14 or 15. And I'm pointing out to you all that 14 or 15 years old, and my son is 13 on this right here, and he's bench pressing 205 pounds, and he was only about 150 pounds at that point. So what I'm saying is size doesn't matter, okay? That's my whole point. And the jury felt the same way. So here's another thing.
No.
Obviously they did. They convicted him, didn't they?
Bro, size came better. Good that your sons took karate.
No, it's not good. It's part of manhood training, as far as I'm concerned.
That has nothing to do.
It's one of the things that I think is very important, because conflict happens, and you don't want your child to over respond. This is me, by the way, in a match. You don't want your children to act emotional because they've never had to deal with conflict. They've never had to be in a fight. That's why you should train your boys to control their emotions, practice self-control. You should also train your sons to be able to deal with physical violence. This is necessary. Part of the issue that we have in the Black community is that we maintain our boy children. We don't actually raise them with the things necessary for manhood. That's part of the problem. Now, this is my son fighting a grown man who's a professional MMA fighter. That's my son in the black. At that point, he was 15 years old, and he beat him. So I don't want to hear about, oh, he was afraid because there was multiple people. He was afraid because they were bigger than him. That's not what I want to hear, and I don't think the jury went for that either, okay? I'm just telling you what the jury saw. Okay, you might not agree. Let me turn you back on.
Here,
go ahead. I'll turn you back on. I'm just telling you what the jury said.
I mean, it's very funny that you mute, because you overtalk constantly, and you just
because it's my show. I can keep over talking you, brother. And I let you talk for the first 5 minutes. You can't overtalk me on my broadcast. And if you're not going to answer the questions genuinely and be honest, if I ask you a yes or no question, nobody can hear you. You're just talking, brother. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead. Let's hear.
No, I'm answering genuinely. It's just not. I'm just not going along. I'm just not letting you punk me.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
Again, your kids learning MMA has nothing to do with Karmelo's lifestyle and the way you raise your kids.
Clearly, that's the problem.
And just so you know,
and that's the problem.
If your kids had that kind of training and the other kid didn't have that training, and your kid made a mistake and hit the other dude in the head,
no, I train my children to walk away.
If he was defending, if he felt like he needed to defend himself, no, let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. You can't handle it. You can't handle heat. You can't handle the heat.
35 years,
buddy. You can't handle the heat. You're gonna who's over talking who?
Who's winning this argument? Who do you think a parent is going to listen to? You or me?
Hopefully not you.
No,
hopefully not you.
because you're giving them bad advice. It's an emotional
Sir,
response.
I don't know I don't know your track record. I just see you.
I'm a lawyer and I've been practicing law 26 years.
Only thing I got from you is that you know how to manipulate, and you're not even good at it. You're a master manipulator. You change the rules, but in the court of law, you're not allowed to change the.
Does not mean they're wrong. There's a young black boy sitting in prison who's going to be there at least 17 years before he gets an opportunity to come up for parole. And everybody in the black community wants to blame me for pointing out what the jury said and why they did what they did. You got your black.
You don't know why they did anything. You made a lot of assumptions. You had the same amount of information.
Black behind, but wanted to run up next to them white folks and live in their communities, and then you wanted to go out there and act like you could just do anything, and they're already looking at you sideways. You can't see that little boy. You gonna tell your children that they can get away with what white boys get away with? Is that what you're gonna tell your children in this country that we live in? Is that what you're gonna tell your children?
I ain't telling.
I would tell mine.
Oh, you answering your own question, huh?
Absolutely right. That's not what I'm gonna tell mine.
You answer your own question. I mean, who are you teaching to? Are you actually trying to explain it to the audience, or are you just hearing yourself talk?
You can keep giving the bad advice.
I'm not buying what you're selling, brother. And it's kind of sus to me. It seems like you're auditioning.
There is a lot of.
It seems like you're auditioning for a master, bro.
And have lost their and end up incarcerated because they responded emotionally. And that's what we saw happen to Karmelo Anthony. He took it too far. It's a lot of black boys back in the day. You step on somebody's shoes and they shoot you. Overreacting, emotional control. This is the issue that we're dealing with. Now, I'm not saying that little white Austin Metcalf wasn't an asshole. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have to comport yourself in a way in which you stay your black behind out of jail in the grave. That's what I'm trying to explain to folk. Now, I can talk to you about the law. I can explain to you what the jury did, but since we can't have that conversation, let's just have some basic common sense. If somebody pushes you, you can't kill them. If somebody pushes you, you can't stab them. You can't shoot them. You can't hit them upside the head with a bat. Only a goddamn fool would advise children that that's acceptable. How many children get pushed on the schoolyard every day? Are we gonna tell our children that if somebody pushes you, you can kill them because your ass is scared?
Well, we both can agree that the schoolyard ain't what it used to be. Kids got guns.
Look, man, this is the suburbs we talking about, man. We're not talking about
all the mass shootings happen. What are you talking about? People trying to when you gonna let somebody else talk? You get to hear yourself every day, bro. You hear yourself every day. You say you wanted a conversation and you can't handle it. You don't have the tools.
You are representative of the wrong direction that the black community has been headed in for the past 60 years. It's emotionalism. You cannot stab somebody because they push you, or you will go to jail for 35 years. Is that clear? Has that message been sent? If you stab somebody because they push you, you will go to prison for 35 years.
Maybe if you're a little black boy, but
yeah.
For someone who has never got in trouble their whole you know how a conversation work. You have to go back and forth.
You are making up facts. Oh, well, they said this, that.
You are making up facts. You assume you are making up facts. No, I called you out on your stuff, and you can't handle it.
The one that people want to yell at. They want me to yell at you.
No, go ahead. No, I called you out. You talking like you had some kind of authority, and we got the same information. You don't know anymore.
I know the law, and I've been a lawyer for 26 years.
That's debatable.
It's debatable.
And just because you're an attorney doesn't make you a good attorney. Look at his defense team. You might be at the bottom of the heap. So what do we know about you?
I am a Hall of Fame attorney. I've been inducted into the Hall of Fame, which means the lawyers think I'm an excellent lawyer. Yes, Southern University, 2024. It's on my page for everybody to see. How about that? Yeah. Anyway, you got anything else you want to say?
Just that we got.
All right. Thank him. I'd like to thank Sam Trail. That was invigorating. I appreciate him. Anybody else who wants to come on in. I appreciate it. But again, unfortunately, sometimes you can't. they want to yell. Let's yell. You see what I mean? I can yell at you all day. You can follow whoever's advice you want to follow. Okay, do that. But my suggestion to everybody in here who's listening to me, okay, don't stab somebody because they push you. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Don't stab anybody because they push you, because you're gonna go to jail for 35 years. You can listen to whoever you want. You can make up whatever excuses you want about why. But if you admit that you stabbed somebody, you probably gonna go to prison, especially if you're in Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, wherever. Okay, and they have the death penalty down here. But anybody else who wants to come in, you're welcome to come in. The link is in the chat room. I enjoyed that. Shout out to the young brother. I appreciate yelling at him. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's go ahead and keep doing it. Look, y'all welcome to come in. If you want to talk logically, we can talk logic. If you want to yell, I'll yell at you. We can yell at each other. It's fine. It's great YouTube drama, I guess. But bottom line is, I think we all can agree that when we talk to our children, especially our boy children, we have to explain to them that they have to control themselves, because if they don't control themselves, they're going to get punished. And they probably more likely than not are not going to get the benefit of the doubt. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I explained that, you know, and let me kind of summarize some of these arguments, man. You know, some of these folk, you know, you can kind of put the arguments in certain categories. Okay. And some of the categories are so easy to understand. I probably don't need to say, but I'm going to spell it out for you all. Now, if we want to go back to the main Willie D video, which is gone viral at this point, it's been surfaced, and it's a debate between myself, and it was a heated debate, but it was very logical. I understand Willie D's point of view. He was basically voicing the opinion of Black America, and you can look at the results. It's like almost 500,000 folk in here, and that's cool. Okay, now I got another fella in here. His name is Will. Will, I'm gonna see you in a minute. Give me a second. But a lot of you saying, hey, I'm sounding like the prosecution, okay? And this is probably the biggest criticism. A lot of backlash appears to be from people who wanted me to explain why Karmelo Anthony should not have been convicted. But I came in explaining why a jury convicted him under Texas law. Very specific. And that makes some viewers hear me as anti-Karmelo Anthony, anti-defense, or to align with the state. But legally, my point was different. I was explaining that self-defense isn't just I was scared. It's about whether deadly force was immediately necessary and reasonable under the circumstances. Willie D's posts are also frame my clips around issues like Texas self-defense, reasonable belief of force versus deadly force, and why the jury rejected the self-defense. Again, I wasn't saying that the prosecution was morally perfect. I was saying that the jury had a legal path to murder because they apparently didn't believe the knife response matched the threat. In other words, the jury said, yeah, he might have pushed you, he might have picked you up like a linebacker, but that still didn't justify you taking the boy's life. Shout out to Will. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it Will, or is that you got the H in there?
Yes, sir, it's Will.
All right. Now, look, man, welcome to the broadcast. I appreciate you. What criticism do you have, sir?
Not so much as criticism, more so just handing out flowers and questions, if that's okay.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
First, shout out to you, Mr. Dennis Spurling. I appreciate you for all of the content that you've been doing over the years and everything that you've been doing as far as this conversation, really just trying to have a logical, bring a logical perspective to it rather than the emotional.
Yeah.
I do have a few questions for you, though, because when this case first popped off last year, I pretty much told everybody that maybe y'all should wait until all the facts come out before we start drawing conclusions on it. But of course, people couldn't wait. But I've been in a few heated debates over this particular subject, and I just want to make sure that I got a correct understanding of how 9.31 and 9.32 works in Texas, if that's possible.
Okay.
So from my understanding, you cannot issue deadly force in response to non-deadly force. Is that correct?
Well, I would say the 9.31, my reading of that gives you the right to self-defense. Okay. And 9.32, I get 9.32, whatever, it says that if you already had the right to use self-defense, the self-defense already arose, then you can use deadly force to match deadly force. That's basically how it should be That's for the layman. That's just the basic understanding. I have the right to defend myself already under this one statute and subsection. And now I have the right to use deadly force under this subsection if the situation arises. That's basically what that's saying.
Okay, so from what the position that was being countered to me is that Texas is a stand your ground state and that you do not have a duty to retreat. And
that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Okay, so from my understanding, from when I was reading it, and this is why I came up to ask you this question, because I wanted to make sure that I was arguing this correctly. From my understanding from reading 931 and 932, you don't have a duty to retreat, but you have to have at least an exit. In other words, let's say if me and you get into an altercation and I go to issue lethal force towards you, you don't have a duty to retreat, but if you have an exit and you can take it, then you can try, but you can still throw back lethal force towards me. Am I arguing that correctly?
You don't have it. This is like New York. I think it's like New York or some of those states. You don't even have a right to defend yourself. Something crazy like that. I would never want to live in those states. No, let me break it down to you like this. If somebody comes up and hits you in the mouth in the football stands, you don't have to run away and let them hit you again before you can hit them back. You don't have to try to exit. You stand up and hit them clean in their mouth and try to knock their teeth to the back of their throat. Okay, that's what you have a right to do. That's what stand your ground means in layman's terms. And I know some people who can parse that out. Well, but we're speaking to the public, and this is the language that the public understands. Okay. Now, if somebody rolls up to you and pulls out a pistol, okay, or let's say they pull out a bat and you pull out a gun, you don't have to try to back out of the situation before you pop them. You understand? Especially if they about to swing on you. It looks like it's imminent, it's immediate. They then cock back the Louisville Slugger and they about to come clean across your chin with it. Okay, you can pull out that iron and give them two, or however many you need to do. Okay, that's what stand your ground means in a nutshell. I know it's an oversimplification, but I want to make it simple so people can understand. You don't have to retreat. You're not obligated to run away and let them chase you. And then now I have no escape route. And now I finally use deadly force. Or I finally put my dukes up and start fighting. That's what that's saying. Okay. I hope that clarifies it. I try to, there's a legal, more legal. I would give you a client, but YouTube, the YouTubian streets, that would be understood. But go ahead.
No, so in the crux, and thanks for that explanation. In the crux of the argument, no one has seen the video, right? And there's this discrepancy.
Okay. What video is it that we haven't seen?
So there's a multitude of apparently of videos that everybody keep talking about. Apparently there's a video where he's getting jumped. Apparently there's a video where he's not getting jumped. Apparently there's a video where he ran. And I'm just like, well, one, I don't think no one's going to be able to see that video because of the, I think it's called FERPA or something like that. It's in Texas. It's like federal education.
Why do we need a video to tell us what happened?
Well, my thing is, I don't think we need to know what happened.
I'm just asking, why do we need a video? Go ahead.
I think people want the video because they want to draw a conclusion for themselves. People see it to actually justify why they feel that way.
What could supplant? What did we do before video?
By word of mouth.
Okay. Eyewitnesses, is it fair to say eyewitnesses?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And how many eyewitnesses did the prosecutors have?
If I'm not mistaken, I think out of 21, I think it was like 16 or 17.
I think it was about 9 of them actually were eyewitnesses. And how many eyewitnesses did the defense have?
So that would put them right around like 4 or 5.
Okay. And there were other people around there who were right in that area. Because remember, you talking about a tent and it's a rainstorm. So you have people huddled under the tent. It's not like Karmelo was there by himself with his friend and 4 dudes rolled up on him. They might have already been under the tent. I don't know. Okay. But the bottom line is you had 9 witnesses and there was no testimony that people jumped him. You had teachers there too who were in the tent next to him.
Yeah, and coaches as well.
The teacher would have testified that he was being jumped.
Well, I'm of the belief, and this is why I get a lot of pushback from people. I'm listening to the witness testimony, and I summarize it like this. According to that one witness who stated that they was in the dugout and that it had stopped raining and they went to the field to start warming up. I don't see a reason for a team to go out in the field in the middle of a thunderstorm or rainstorm. So that would have to me, that lets me know it stopped raining. Now, that witness was then debunked by the prosecution because he made a statement saying that he saw it, what happened in the stands, and then when the prosecution played the video, he wasn't even looking. So, from my understanding, it went a little something like this.
Right,
Karmelo came
down, brother. Let me slow. We keep saying this is a racial issue, but you know there were black people under the tent too, right?
Absolutely. I'm not the one.
The black people also lied on Karmelo Anthony because they're racist towards black people.
No.
I mean, I want you to picture this now. This is a track meet we talk about. We're not talking about badminton. We're not talking about you know, what's this stuff? This is not a golf session. We're talking about track.
Right.
Who normally is out there running a 100-yard sprint?
Black people.
Okay, so there were black people on the track. There were black parents. There were black athletes. There were black coaches out there. Are we saying that all these black people who are also sprinkled in this mix, also huddled under the tent, they are all conspired against Karmelo Anthony? And they let me finish. And they are all withholding the information that he was jumped by 4 people.
No, that's me and you agree on that point, right? It's just the opposite side of that point is people saying that these people, like, of course, throughout the history of America, yes, people have been lying in their testimony. But my thing is this, though: for what purpose? For what reason? I don't understand why people would say that, oh, they're withholding evidence or they're lying in their testimony. That doesn't make any sense. They saw what they saw. They said what they said. Simple as that.
I don't think in the state of Texas, if you lie under oath, or in an official capacity, you could go to prison for that.
Absolutely.
So I want, and this is not necessarily for you. This is for all the people in public. So if any of those witnesses lied under oath, they could be severely punished for that. In matter of fact, in some cities, if you lie on an affidavit and use it in an official form, that reaches the level of a felony.
Absolutely.
So I'm of the opinion that these people would not put their lives and their careers and their futures on the stand, okay, on the line to lie for Karmelo Anthony or for Austin Metcalf. I don't think people would do that. Not 9, 10, 14, 24 people. I don't think that'll happen. So when we go back to this video where he's allegedly being jumped, my question is, why do we need a video when you got 9 people who were eyewitnesses who saw the incident happen from the beginning to the end?
Correct. And that's the position that I'm coming from. And also, I didn't like any of the arguments that I'm being. Anytime someone brings up race, I just back out of the argument because I don't believe that this case had anything to do with race. I think that people are injecting race into this.
Well, brother, I'm gonna push back on that race. The great Johnny Cochran, I read his book when I was in law school, man. He said race always plays a part in things. And that's just the truth. It's always a part, okay? So we have to understand that, and that's why we have the law, okay? Because if it was just about race, he wouldn't have made it to the jailhouse. They'd have found the nearest tree, and they'd have strung him from right there. You see, that's how they used to do it before we were protected, quote unquote, under the law. You understand? They would break into the jailhouse, mob up with shotguns, and they would go and they would find a tree at the courthouse and hang you up. It would be no justice.
But I wouldn't.
But that's why we have the law now, and we're happy that the law applies. But this case is a bad case. You got a body and a murder weapon and 9 witnesses. How are you supposed to get out of that?
Well, me personally, and I've been arguing this since last year, because I'm not saying that I'm arguing in defense of Karmelo. My thing is, you took someone's life, you got to go do that time. It's simple. But the thing is, you have to get on that witness stand. This is something I've been saying since last year. You have to. You have no other option. No one has heard from Karmelo since last year.
I'm a exercise a little discretion here. I wouldn't put my 17, 19-year-old client on the witness stand, not here knowing that I could possibly have an appeal. I would let him go sit in jail for about 5, 6, 7 years. And get an appeal, get a new trial, and try to plea him out for manslaughter after this thing dies down. If he gets on the stands and puts a story out there, then he can't undo that story. See, 23-year-old Carmelo Anthony or 25-year-old Carmelo Anthony with a mature mind, having been around those other prisoners for 6, 7, 8 years, having learned something, might testify a little differently than 17/19-year-old Carmelo Anthony. See, the defendants is playing the win in this case for defense counsel is manslaughter. That's a win. That's a hell of a win. I remember my dad was trying his capital murder case, and he was so excited that his client got life. And I'm like, life? He said, yeah, because they were trying to kill him. They were putting him on death row. He was going to die. So a win is a life sentence. And I know that's hard for the public to understand, but people who've actually done real time, they understand that if you get life, you might have a shot at probation. You might not have a date now, but you'll be eligible for probation at some point. That's how real. See, let me tell you something, man. I hate dealing with regular people. I hate dealing with people who haven't interacted with the police. I hate dealing with people who never been to prison, who are dealing with this because they get all nervous. They get scared. I remember, man, me and this cat, man, this old brother, man, he's a former judge. About 4 or 5 years ago, this brother who got caught with about 10 kilos of cocaine came to my office. He wanted me to represent him. So I brought the judge in and I said, look, I don't normally do this, but here's the thing. And I had to call somebody to see how much a kilo of cocaine cost.
You didn't know how much a kilo was?
No, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I said, because see, here's the thing. However much, that's how much I'm gonna charge you. Back in the day, it was 10 a key. You got 7 birds, it's gonna be $70,000.
Absolutely.
You got 10, it's gonna be 100,000. And that's what my feelings. I'm gonna need half up front. You're gonna give me another quarter, and after we finish in 30 days, and then you're gonna give me another 25 before we finish. You see what I'm saying? That's how it's done. Now, again, I don't practice criminal law, don't like it, don't want to have anything to do with it. But, like I say, I'll put a team together and I'll work with it if you just really want me to be your lawyer. The cat looked at me and said, man, this dude is looking at 15 years. He said, man, it ain't worth it. I'll just get a public defendant. You see what I'm saying? Because he's a career criminal. That's his job.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So when you start dealing with prosecutors and you're dealing with judges and you're dealing with criminal defense attorneys, they look at a manslaughter as a win. He got a date, a short date. Yeah. He can do that standing on his head. 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you'll still be young enough to get out and have your life. Regular people don't understand that. Free world people. Somebody type free world in the chat room. Free world people don't understand that Carmelo Anthony was never going to be able to walk out of that courtroom a free man. He was either going to get manslaughter or murder. Murder is a loss in this situation. Capital murder was never on the table. Manslaughter was a win. It was a hell of a win. So the public being upset about that, nobody is surprised. Nobody in the legal system is surprised that that young man went to prison. The only question is whether or not he should have got murder or manslaughter. So now let me slide back to this.
Right.
So now, if you understand that the eventual goal was always to get him manslaughter, and I think that might be 7 to 10 years. If you can get him a new trial within 7 to 10 years because of some of the technical deficiencies in the prosecution's case, and then come back in and under the threat of new trial, get the case time served, get it reduced to manslaughter, then you won. You win in the end. And all this smoke dies down. People forget about it. People have moved on to the next thing. So, again, I cannot put my mind in the head of this particular defense attorney, but the man apparently
he was trash.
But hold on, brother. Hold on. Because see, why? Let me ask you, why is he trash?
Sure.
Why is
he
trash?
When I was reading through, and of course we don't have the actual transcripts, but I was reading through everything that was being recorded.
Do you know his history? Do you know this particular lawyer's history?
So from when I looked him up, they said that he was a spectacular defense lawyer.
Well, he was a former prosecutor, or he was. I think he was a public defender. So why do you think he treated? Why you think he didn't do a good job on this case?
All right, so when I was reading through everything, I was just looking through everything, all of the questions that he was asking on cross-examination, and he really wasn't trying to poke holes in any other credibility. And I could be reading wrong because I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
Okay, but hold on a minute. What were the eyewitnesses saying that was not credible?
Well, that's the thing. So even if this the way I'm looking at it.
Common sense. I like you
Yeah.
because you got a lot of. So I'm gonna ask you some straight up questions.
Yeah.
Was there a dead body or not?
Absolutely.
How do we get around that?
You can't get around it. The best thing you do is try to get a lesser charge.
So you got manslaughter or murder. That's
Absolutely. So you go for manslaughter, right?
But
the biggest thing.
But let me go back to what I was saying because I think y'all missing, and I know I got somebody else in the chat room. Somebody else who wants to come in. Again, I want y'all to listen very carefully, okay? Because I think this is, if the goal is manslaughter, and we know he's gonna get manslaughter, and I believe that you eligible for parole after 7 years. Somebody can correct me.
7.5 years. 7.5.
Okay, if the goal is manslaughter, and that's a win, right? We know this boy is going to jail. We know he's going to jail. The question is he gonna get out at 19 now? Is he gonna get out at 26 or 63? You see what I'm saying? I think it was 63, something like that.
Yeah.
26 or 63. So in that 7.5 year time period, if we can file an appeal, get a motion for new trial, get him pled down to manslaughter, he still wins if the original goal was to get manslaughter.
Correct.
So the question is, where's the loss here?
Well, I know you said you got nothing else.
World person. You thinking like a free world person.
Yeah, I've never been locked up before.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. You
the closest I came to lock up was basic training. That was it.
Yeah, y'all think that this is gonna be some Matlock situation and he just gonna walk out of here free.
No, not me.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
I always thought that he was gonna get. Well, when I was asked, I thought he was gonna get at least 40. So when they said 35, I'm like, okay, that's close enough.
I mean, I thought he was eligible. He's gonna be eligible for parole after 17 years, but this is hot. So I mean, brother, and I understand you all don't understand lawyers and how lawyers work, but criminal defense lawyers, this is the free world. They say lawyers become jaded. Look, man, I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna let this other brother come in here. I remember, man, I used to sit in the stands, and they would bring in I was a young law clerk. We like to waive a formal reading of the bill of information or indictment, enter into a plea of not guilty, and request a trial by jury. I heard that 100 times a day. How do you plea? I plead guilty to judge. Okay, 30 years. Okay, 15 years. 6 months, time served. Deferred adjudication. I sat in the courtroom. This is over in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where they don't give a damn about you. You see what I'm saying? You going to jail. You are going to go to prison for a long time. The question is, are you going to get out when you're 26 or 63? So if they can still go about getting this young man out of prison, they have grounds for appeal. They knew that from the time the jury was picked when they struck those jurors. It is what it is.
I don't know about that part.
Well, no, because they struck 3 black jurors. That is a Batson challenge. So there is at least good grounds for an appeal, in my opinion.
But when they was asked, could they be impartial? They answered impartial, right? Or they couldn't be impartial.
But we see there's a whole case. Look up the Batson case. There's a whole case about that. The idea that you don't have at least one black juror on there who can possibly go behind the scenes and plead your case for you with the other jurors. And see, all it takes is one. You see what I mean? One, and you got a hung jury and they have to do it again. But the prosecution was like, nah, we're going to violate these rules because we want a prosecution because the eyes of the world are looking at us. So we rather get this feather in our hat, even if it gets overturned, 3, 4, 5 years from now, whatever, we'll deal with that then. I might not even be the prosecutor at that time. But for political purposes, we're going to get this conviction. So they kind of bend the rules a little bit, but we all know that that's how that goes. That's basic criminal law. So again, I understand the political motivation behind why they would infringe on those rules. If you let them get away with it, they will. But at the end of the day, if this young man is able to get a solid appeal, get the judgment overturned, get a new trial, guess what? Now you have an opportunity to say, hey, we know what happened last time. We didn't put him on the stand, so you don't know exactly what he's going to say. A new jury might believe this.
Yeah.
But
well, I appreciate you. I thank you for talking to me. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look into that and do my homework on it because I am interested in knowing that.
It's important that we know how the criminal justice system works. My bottom line is, family, you have, I'm not talking to you directly, but you have to control yourself. You have to control your emotions. Just because somebody punch you, just because somebody hit you, you can't go haul off and go home and get a bat. Can't come back with 3 people, 4 or 5 people. You can't make the block. You can't pull out a pistol. You can't stab people because you're going to go to prison. You have to control yourselves. And that's any parent that loves their children will tell them that. I think. I do. Control yourself. It's better to walk away. Yeah, brother. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Look, we got some other people who want to come in. I need my critics to come deep. That was too friendly of a conversation. I need angry people up here and tell me I'm a sellout. I'm off code. I need y'all up in here. I need y'all to come in here and be angry. Look, the link is in the chat room. But anyway, you guys make sure if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you go ahead and subscribe. We're gonna bring another brother in here, and I'm gonna take a few more calls, and then we're gonna go ahead and start. But you got to cam up. I got to look at you. Shout out to Steve. Welcome, Steve. Welcome to the broadcast.
What's up, Uncle D, man? Appreciate you, man.
No problem, man. No problem, brother. I need you to explain to me what criticisms you have of my take. That's what I need. Tell me why I'm off code. Go ahead. Or whatever.
Well, man,
go ahead,
it's
brother.
hard for me to criticize you, man, because you got so much more expertise, on law, just period, right, than I would. I wanted your opinion on certain things regarding the case. First of all, I wanted to ask you, would you say that, because to me not being an attorney from the outside looking in, wouldn't you say, I think that, was it 35 years? I thought that was a W.
It is. It is a W.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I thought that was a W.
You got a date, man. You got a date, dog. You eligible for parole in 17 years. You got a date. You still gonna be, he's 19 now. 17 years from now, man, he'll be like 36. You still young enough to start a family, start a career. That's a date. This boy's in there. They've been in there 45, 50 years. They have no date. They got double, triple life. You see what I'm saying? So really, I know it sounds bad to free world people. Everybody in the chat room type free world. It sounds horrible to free world people. People who have been in and out the penitentiary, who dealt with people in and out the penitentiary. Y'all like 17 years ain't nothing. I got somebody that got, they did multiple drive-bys, had multiple cases. They got 45, 50 years. I know it sounds bad, but you're eligible for parole after 17. No previous criminal record. He probably gonna continue his education. Hopefully he's a model student, a model inmate. Stay out of trouble. But bottom line is, no, I mean, it was a stiff punishment, but it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a whole lot worse. I think they could have gave him up to 99 years, man. You see, it could have gave him up to 99 years, man. He would have been there. But go ahead, and he wouldn't have been eligible, I guess, until after 50 years. You see, but go ahead. What other questions you have?
Also, how much? Okay, this being what I guess would be a famous or infamous case, right? How much do you think that, let's say, like external things after the fact of the incident, play a part within the courtroom? For instance, like when the father came to the press conference and they kicked him out, I thought that was a perfect time to build a bridge with the father, if not for anything, then for publicity. Like,
hey man, I don't know. I heard about that. I think you're referring to Austin Metcalf's father went to a press conference to pray with Karmelo Anthony's family, something like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even like this case, bro. I talk about a lot of different stuff, but I had yet to say anything about this case the entire time from the day, because it's just ugly. It's 2 children.
It's very ugly.
See, I'm not one of these people, man. These are kids. These 2 17-year-old boys with their whole life ahead of them. And one of them's dead and the other one's going to the penitentiary for a long time. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't want to talk about it. I talk about a lot of racial issues, but I talk about from a historical context standpoint. I understand that these are real people hurting. One family lost their life, lost their child's life, okay? And whether you think you're an asshole or whatever, okay, that was a child. That was a 17-year-old child. He was a baby. As far as I'm concerned, For some of us, that's a child. Okay, he wasn't even fully developed. On the flip side, Carmelo Anthony, another child. He's gonna lose possibly 35 years of his life. He's a child. And anybody who can't empathize with the fact that young children, young boys, young men are dying, you're not even human. You don't even deserve the title of human. I'm not gonna hate everybody because of their religion or their ethnicity or their race or what country they're from. I'm not gonna do it. These are children. You see, these are 17-year-old boys. I've been a 17-year-old boy. I got a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old boy right now. And a 10-year-old. They the same age as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what I would do if I lost my child, man. You see what I'm saying? Somebody better hold me back. You understand? You better have put him in jail. I don't want to go too far on that. He better go to jail. You see what I'm saying? You better get him up out of here. He can't be walking around these streets. You done took my baby's life. And that's not about race. That's my child. That's your child. And so, man, all these people talking bad about this boy, man, you know, oh, he was a bully. So what? There's plenty of bullies out there. Some of y'all was bullies and assholes when y'all was kids. Some people out there that wish they could have stuck you up when you was picking on people in elementary school, stealing people milk trays and shit. You're horrible. You were horrible kids. Most of you kids picking on other kids, calling them names. Y'all were assholes too. And how many people have you touched on the schoolyard, pushed on the school, pushed down, took their little ball or jump rope or something? You know how kids are. You didn't get stabbed with your dumb selves. Not you, brother. I'm just speaking in general.
Yeah.
So these are children that we talk about, man. You can't kill nobody because they goddamn push it. That's crazy, man. And anybody saying that, that's crazy, man. That's what precedent are we setting for our children? Your child is not safe if the law says that if another child or your child pushed another kid, then that child has a right to take your child's life. Would you send your child to a school or in a school district that allow that? Hell no, I wouldn't. But anyway, go ahead, brother. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, and this is my last thing, man. You know, we all have flaws. And you know, it's okay to have flaws, but Karmelo, he made a fatal flaw, a fatal mistake. And I know you big on self-defense, you know, and you know, just on some man stuff, man. And I just wish I've been in the position. I've been in all white towns, right?
Yeah.
With some good white people and some bad white people. That's life, right? We're young men, we're young boys, right? All they had to do, all you could have done, if you don't really want to walk away and you on your pride, then man, just fight.
Yeah,
they just fought.
They would have, man. Look, man, I
knuckled up. We would have never heard about this,
bro. I done had some fights with some people, man, and we be friends after that.
Be partners. That's my partner.
You know, it's some of the best people I had. I fought them every damn day, and then we end up being friends. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's how men handle
That's what men do.
You don't pull your knife out and stab somebody, man. You know, it's about emotional control. And for the past 60 years, we've had a lot of very emotional young black men. And see, here's the situation. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to move on to the next person. Had Carmelo Anthony stabbed Antoine Jenkins, this wouldn't even be on the news.
Oh, no. If it's black on black or white on white, no one cares.
It'd have been the same old, shout out to 99 Proud. It'd have been the same old thing. But when we look into situations like that, it's a lot of times has to do with emotional control. A lot of these young men haven't been taught to control your emotions. I'm gonna say it like this: a lot of them think like women.
Yes,
you do something to me, I'm gonna do this. A lot of them think like women, and that's what you see going on right now in the black community. You got a lot of men who are emotional like women, and when I try to speak to them logically about how it's stupid as hell to stab somebody because they push you. I don't know how he put his hands on me. He could have been spared. He could have been a lot of things, but that's not what the jury heard. And I'm just trying to point out, well, this is what the jury heard. I know what you said happened. You know, Tupac is still alive as far as YouTube. Tupac and Elvis was all them, you know what I'm saying? But what the jury heard was there's a dead body. This young man said he did it. He said the most that the other boy did was push him. Now, some people say he pushed him like a linebacker. Some people said he just pushed him. Bottom line is, it wasn't no knife, wasn't no gun, and you stabbed him to death. That's the murder charge. You going to prison. And then the jury turned right back around and gave him 35 years. It wasn't the judge that gave him 35 years. It was the jury. So the jury was actually lenient on him. They could have gave him 99. But thanks, brother. I appreciate you, Steve,
Thank you,
man.
brother.
Thank you so much, man.
Have a good one, man.
You
Appreciate
too, man.
You too, man.
All right. We got another brother in here, James Harlem. Let me get James Harlem in here. James Harlem, welcome to the broadcast. What else would you like to add to the conversation, sir?
I would like to add, first of all, thank you for bringing me up and allowing me to be a part of your broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to add fairness. And when I say I like to add fairness, I would like to add that I would appreciate any young person, and we're speaking young in particular, young person who's a law-abiding citizen, or if they are still in school, I appreciate them getting good grades. If they live with their parents, I'm so proud of children who do as their parents ask them to do. And I say all that because Karmelo Anthony represented that kind of young person. Didn't look for trouble, didn't start no trouble, don't have a history of trouble, just trying to be the best person he can be. And just like you or me, if we are that type of person, we can't predict what outside forces may approach us, what negative outside forces may approach us. And if it's more than one force that approaches us, now we have all kinds of decisions to make about several things coming at us that we did not expect, because our normal life is plain and simple, doing the next right thing for the next right reason. And if I am presented with what I feel an insurmountable force trying to jeopardize my life, I, as a person who doesn't do that and is trying to do the right thing, I should defend my life. I should be able to defend my life against any threat. And what Karmelo Anthony did was just that. Now, the jury found him guilty. Now, I do not know if the jury saw the full video, because I have reports of the full video showing that several people, not just the Anthonys, the two brothers, but the two brothers and several other peoples approached him, and in the scuffle, it was obvious that they were assaulting him.
Hold on, what color were the other people?
I'm not going to get into, I'm just going to say people. So anything extra, we're going to try to dismiss right now.
How long is the video?
Okay. When this initially happened,
and just for the audience to understand, he's describing a video that he says has surfaced where there were multiple people who you're saying the video that was described to you. So have you actually seen this video, multiple people attacking Karmelo Anthony? Have you seen the video?
Unfortunately, I have not seen the video, but there's critical evidence of those who have seen it. At least 17 people have seen it when they were allowed to see it. They were given the option. They were given the option to watch the 11-minute long video, which was actually the video that should have been seen by everyone.
So
but
the 11-minute video contains the 11-minute,
and then the 3-minute. And there was the 3-minute video with the close-up, and you couldn't really see. That's the one that people were saying was grainy, and they really couldn't tell what happened. The people who saw the 11-minute video saw everything that happened from the beginning to the end. Now, I don't, okay, well, I do not know, but what I do know is that the jury should have saw the 11-minute video, because if the jury...
Let me ask some questions, because you the second person to bring up this video. You said there's a 11-minute video, and it depicts multiple people attacking Karmelo Anthony. Is that correct?
Okay, that's correct, and I'm gonna ask you a question if it's correct. Is this the first time you heard of this? Is this the first time you heard of this?
let me ask some more questions, and then I'll
No. Okay, I'm being. Let's be fair.
The only reason I'm
Let's be
interrupting
fair,
you is
bro. Let's be
I've never
fair.
heard of
Can
the
you please
video.
answer my one question?
I've never heard the video until after the conviction. Matter of fact, I don't even know who has this video. I don't even know if the video exists. So I'm simply asking you, who are the people who said this video exists? What are their names? How long is the video, which you answered, and who is depicted in the video attacking Karmelo Anthony?
Okay, there was a broadcast by I'm not sure if you're familiar with the this screamer. It's Q Butter, and there's also they are, I believe they are partners. There's one called Taz, and he interviewed, I forgot the entire title of the person. And on that show, he had a particular personality who deeply investigated.
What's the person's name?
His name was Freezy. And Freezy.
What's his real name? Because his name, we could get that, and that could help with the appeal. But we had,
okay,
if he
those
has
names
access to a video that exonerates Karmelo Anthony, then we need his name, and we need, and that will help us get the video. At that point,
okay, the names of the people who saw the video, the school was allowing people to sign up to see the video last year when this thing happened. So if you want to get the names of the people who saw the 11-minute video, they have it. It's available. There is information on the people because they had to go to procedure.
The Frisco ISD. Frisco
Yes, that's
School District.
Right.
So was it a video by the school closed circuit TV?
Yes. And in that video, it showed the entire incident, and it also showed more than one of the Metcalfs assaulting Anthony. And it showed everything. So all these things and all these questions that we are talking about, the video answers every single thing. And from the testimony,
let me ask you some questions, because we want to kind of, now there were multiple witnesses that testified at the trial, both for the defendant and the prosecution. None of them testified that multiple people attacked Karmelo Anthony. How do you explain that?
And it's called perjury. And it's called perjury because if there is a video that contradicts everything that they was said, that means that those young people's lives were put in danger. And we in the Black community who sees this for what it really is, we realize that Anthony did not get a fair trial. Starting
so
from the clerk of court.
You're saying that all 13 of these people perjured themselves and didn't answer
I don't have all 13. I don't have all 13 of their statements. I do not know.
These were the eyewitnesses. So you're saying all of the eyewitnesses didn't testify honestly on after being sworn in. That's what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And to be clear, I do not know what everyone testified to. What I do know that I haven't heard any of those witnesses saying what I'm saying that's on the video.
Yeah, none of the witnesses said that Karmelo Anthony was jumped by 4 people or multiple people. Nobody testified to that. Karmelo Anthony,
now
let me finish. Karmelo Anthony didn't even say that in the initial police report when he was arrested. He did say, I did it. He did say, I did it, though, but he didn't. He said he touched me. He didn't say they touched me. He didn't say they jumped me. So how do you explain that?
I haven't heard or seen any transcript of what he confessed to. I don't know what questions were asked him. I don't know if the questions were asked him.
I put the police report up earlier where he actually made those statements, and they're in the police report. And he specifically said, it's not alleged, I did it. And he said, he touched me first. He never said they touched me. He never said they jumped me. He never said any of that. And he wasn't asked any questions. He admitted that on his own volition. So why is it that Karmelo Anthony didn't say he was jumped, but we have all these people who are saying he was jumped, and then we have this video, but there's no mention by Karmelo Anthony's, he didn't say it, and none of the 13 witnesses said that he was jumped. Why is that? Why did that
Realize the
information come up?
problem. Realize the problem. As I said, I didn't interview him. I do not know what method that the officer who interviewed him used. I did not know if the officer tailored his questions for a specific answer. So I can't judge that part. What I do know is that if there's a video, if there's a video that's being hidden, if there's a video that's being hidden, that's the correct testimony.
I want to be clear. Karmelo Anthony was not interviewed. He made these statements on his own. Nobody asked him to say this. He made them on his own. So nobody asked him these questions, and he admitted that he did it. He said, it wasn't alleged, it was me. He said these on his own. So it wasn't an interview. All right. This young man said it on his own. He even at some point asked whether or not the other young boy was okay. All right. So I wanted to clarify that. Now, again, let's go back to this video. All right. So you say there's an 11-minute video. You said that it depicts multiple individuals jumping Karmelo Anthony. But again, none of the witnesses testified that he was jumped. None of the witnesses testified. Karmelo didn't take the stand. And so how do we know that this video exists?
We know the video exists because they were making available to public. But those who requested to see the video, they had to sign disclosure forms. And this shouldn't be breaking news to you, but it is if you say so. Okay.
No, it's
and as I was saying,
news. I'm just trying to understand if it's truly out there, and if you can let us know who the owner is. You're saying it's the Frisco ISD. Are you saying that Frisco ISD withheld this video that could have exonerated Karmelo Anthony? Is that what you're saying based on your information?
I appreciate you not.
I'm just asking
putting
a question.
words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. Okay, so who has the video?
Okay, the people who saw the video, I believe it was the school, Frisco County. That's the name of the school. Right. They made requests to see the video.
Brother, I gotta ask questions.
Yes, sir. I understand.
You're saying Frisco ISD is withholding this video that could exonerate Karmelo Anthony. Is that what you're saying? It's a yes or no question.
And I'll ask you again. Please
is it a yes,
do not put words in my mouth.
Okay. Did they turn over the video? Did Frisco ISD turn over the video?
I do not know what Frisco did. Okay. I do not know if they are withholding the video.
In your opinion, why do you think they're not giving the video that could exonerate Karmelo Anthony that you say they showed to multiple people? Why do you think they're not giving it to they didn't give it to the court? They didn't give it to the prosecutor. They didn't give it to the defendant. Why do you think
they do have it? They do have it. And that's the problem. That's the problem, because his defense did not allow that video to be presented to the jury. Oh, well, I'll take that back. They have it. I do not know if the jury saw the full 11-minute video. If the jury did see the full 11-minute video and still found him guilty, well, then that showed the racial bias of that jury, because from the reports, it's indisputable evidence. Please allow me, sir. From the reports, they are in this.
But you said that already, okay? I'm gonna give you a suggestion. All right. I don't think there's a video. I think that's just internet rumor, because if there was a video, we would have it. Everybody would have it. It would have been seen by now. It's just a matter of pot. Let me finish.
And suppose you're wrong.
No,
suppose you're wrong, no.
Sir. Respectfully, sir. It's just a matter of sending out a $25 subpoena and ordering the Frisco school board to bring it forth. That's it. It's not a mystery.
Suppose you're wrong. Suppose it's not that simple. Suppose you are dead wrong that they're hiding the video.
I'm absolutely not wrong. You can't.
Well, how would you know you're not wrong, sir? How could you justly say that you know you're not wrong?
If there's a video and multiple people have seen it, that means people can testify that this video exists, and you've already demonstrated, you've described it, it's 11 minutes long, it's in possession of the Frisco ISD school department, and multiple people have seen it, it will come forth, okay? So again, it's my opinion that it doesn't exist. However, if you feel like it exists, that's fine. You're entitled to feel how you want to. But bottom line is, there was 13 other witnesses that testified, that never testified that the young man was jumped. You don't need a video if you got 13 witnesses. You need video when there's no other people.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
No, I'm gonna finish because I'm gonna move on to the next person, sir. Respectfully.
Have you ever heard of kangaroo jury?
You mean kangaroo?
A kangaroo court?
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of that, sir. I've heard of that.
Well, that's exactly what Karmelo Anthony was faced with, a kangaroo court.
Okay, well, the bottom line is, sir, he has an opportunity to take an appeal. I don't think that they're going to appeal the fact that there's a video that nobody seems to have. I think that's just internet rumor. And I know this is an emotional issue for a lot of people, because a lot of people recognize that the criminal justice system has been arbitrarily unfair to Black people throughout the history. But the bottom line is,
your stance is unfair for you to think that way.
No, it's not unfair.
Without even examining if the evidence existed, just to make a blanket statement already.
I'm not telling you what you want to hear. See, I'm not telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what the facts are. And the facts are that there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead. That's the facts. There's a 17-year-old
because of his actions. Because of his actions.
Brother, there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead, and there's another 17-year-old boy that's going to prison for 35 years. And what we have to do is, well, I can't hear you right now. Hold on a minute.
No, he's not going to do 35 years. No.
Okay,
no.
Well, he's in prison now, and he got a sentence of 35 years. Maybe he'll get probation after 17. But what we have
no, unacceptable. No, none of that is acceptable.
Responsible adults.
None of that is acceptable.
What we have to do as responsible adults is make sure that no other children, no other young people allow themselves to lose control and end up in this situation. I'm not telling
keep your hands to yourself. That's what you do. Keep your hands.
Yeah, he's right. You should keep your hands to yourself. But even if somebody touches you or pushes you or hits you, you cannot bring deadly force into a conflict when there's no
you defend your
being used. You can't do it. If you do that, you're gonna end up going to prison for 35 years. You're gonna end up going to jail. You're gonna lose your life, and that's the problem. Now I'm gonna let this gentleman finish saying what he has.
That's a personal thing.
I'm gonna let him finish talking, and then we're gonna move on to the next person. Go ahead, James Harlem. Let's hear what you got to say. Go ahead. Hold on, let me unmute you. Go ahead, sir. Respectfully. You go ahead.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity. And you are being unfair, and you're not being open-mindedness. Excuse me.
You're right. I'm not gonna be open-minded because there's a dead 17-year-old boy.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to talk. So
and another young man that's in jail for 35 years. There's no need to be open-minded. Now we have to be honest.
You said you wanted
assertive, and we have to talk to people.
If you want
to talk to young people and let them know that this is not the proper course of action. And parents, responsible parents, have to tell their children that they have to learn to control their emotions. All right. Thank you, Mr. James Harlem. I appreciate you, Mr. James Harlem. Everybody's passionate. I appreciate the passion. Shout out to the passionate people. I appreciate you. But the bottom line is what we're not going to do on this channel. Okay. What we're not going to do on this channel is have a bunch of other young people signing their death warrants. Okay. Look, there's enough blame to go around. One young man put his hands on another young man, and he shouldn't have done that. Another young man, in my opinion, in the jury's opinion, responded in a way that was disproportionate to the action. I have no problem with a good fist fight. No problem with that. I raised my sons, okay, to defend themselves. I myself practice multiple forms of martial arts, boxing and jiu-jitsu. You all see my freshly striped purple belt in jiu-jitsu here. This is my sons, okay? Because conflict happens, okay? We fight Anybody, big people, small people, I don't want to hear it. Control your emotions is what I'm trying to explain to you. In young men especially, we have a lot of young men out here who think that they can get away with the things that, you know, they shouldn't think they should get away with, and they suffer the consequences. That's what we need to deal with. Now, I'm gonna bring somebody else in here. Welcome, Freedom Cream.
Oh, hell yeah. I love you, man.
All right, hold on, Freedom Cream. Let me get
All
you
right,
up.
okay. What's up, man?
Freedom Cream, what's happening? Welcome to the broadcast. What would you like to add to this conversation, sir?
I mean, why are all these fucking weirdos?
All right, now we're gonna watch our language because this is a family-friendly broadcast, sir. Don't come in here with cussing. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Sorry. So why do we have like all these people defending someone who stabbed somebody when they came into their tent, right? Like, I'm coming into your tent, and then they tell you to leave, and then you stab them. Like, why is that cool?
Well, but go ahead. Please finish. Go ahead.
Well, like, why are they defending that? You know what I mean?
Historically, and I don't know how much American history you know, but historically, the criminal justice system has been used unfairly to target Black people. Whether we're talking about when we left slavery, they came up with the 13th Amendment, right? It abolished slavery. But if you look in the fine print, it says something to the effect that, but if you are incarcerated, we can basically enslave you. And so what happened was they came up with what was called a Jim Crow laws, these codes. If a Black man had less than $2 in his pocket, he was
but that was all the
and so we have that historical background as far as Black people are concerned. And then, for instance, in my time and era, they had something called, and you look like you young fella, probably 20-something years old. So I don't know your age, but you're young.
No, I'm 37.
Okay, so you might remember the 1995 crime bill signed into law by Bill Clinton, authored by Joe Biden, which called the Joe Biden bill. It criminalized cocaine in two different ways. Powder cocaine, right? Not so much. Crack cocaine, which was something that a lot of Black people participated, was a cheap form of cocaine. Before that, cocaine used to be a rich man's high. It was something that they did in those fancy clubs in New York and whatnot.
I've never done it.
Then they found a way to make it cheap. And so it became one of those drugs that Black people use a lot. Now, drug use has always been prevalent in the Black community. People actually use heroin a lot.
No, I mean, they sell drugs.
Let me just, because you asked a very complicated question.
Okay,
There's no real blurb I can give you to say.
No, I'm learning.
So again, Black people, there was always heroin use in the Black community, but people could be teachers, doctors, lawyers. They could still get up and go. But crack, that just destroyed the community. But what they did was, instead of coming up with health services, they criminalized it. So they criminalized the crack user, the crack dealer, and they came up with the 3 strikes law, which was actually something that was started here in Texas. And so now, I got a couple of offenses, and then the 3rd strike, I might have stole a bike, or and now I'm getting life in prison. 3 strikes, you're out. And that
I agree with everything you're saying.
Artificially targeted Black people, even though we know that white people use more drugs than Black people. Hell, there's more white people in the country.
No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So
I know that.
So just to sum it up and land this plane, the reason that Black people are looking at this suspiciously, is because of the tradition of the relationship that Black people have had with the criminal justice system in America and how it's been used to target. Now, to me, I get it, but when I look at this case, there's a dead body, and there's a confession, and there's a murder weapon, and there are multiple witnesses. So even though
it's pure.
Evidence. There's some we got a confession, a murder weapon, and multiple witnesses. How do you get out of that?
You can't.
Yeah.
So why defend it? And I agree that any white person that gets away with some shit, they should get fucked up.
Freedom Cream, you're gonna mess up my algorithm here, man.
So I'm sorry. I get it.
I get it. you know, but just understand that black people have had the relationship that black people have had with the criminal justice system from the time we got to this country.
No, I agree with you.
Has been horrible. Okay,
Yeah,
and so
I know.
black people are always going to look at the criminal justice system in any convictions of black people, especially when it entertains black and white. Now, I'm gonna tell you something that a lot of people are afraid to tell people.
Okay.
Americans like race. We like racial issues. We love it. It's our national pastime.
Nah,
It's like
that's the Democrats.
Hey, look, we do. We do. Go ask those Europeans.
I'm a Republican. I am
I know.
0% racist.
It's not white. It's not black. We all love it.
That's what I'm saying.
No. We love race. We love to talk about it. It's our favorite.
Yeah, we love to talk about it, but because the Democrats do all the racist issues. Like, that's what they do.
Everybody loves it. This is what we do here in America.
It's funny to make fun of the Democrats for being racist.
It goes right along with the competition. If you got a black boxer and a white boxer, hey, it gets your blood going. And see, when we
you remember
Arena not going anywhere, that everybody has their prejudices and everybody has their bigotries, but we still have to deal with each other. We can't. It's not going to go anywhere. I'm not saying you.
Has been black from 5th grade. I don't have to deal with you guys.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
I want you guys.
I want you to hear me. I want you to hear what I'm saying. Just hear me out.
Okay. Well, I also want you to hear me.
I want you to hear me out. You can still have some little prejudice and little bias, and still have that guy as your friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me tell you. Let me finish.
Well, I've always thought he was better than me.
I have some prejudice.
I'm not a white supremacist. He was always better than me.
I'm not saying you are. But what I'm saying is you're not going to get rid of people's strongly held beliefs. You're not going to change people and how they feel. That's just it. That's true. What we have to do as Americans is become a lot more mature about race and accept the fact that it's like weather. It's not going anywhere, but we still have to deal with each other. We can't continue to tear our country apart and destroy each other just because, you know, hey, it's the next racial round up. We can't do it.
Well, it's deeper than what you think. It's literally just the Democrats causing that.
No, it's not just that. Everybody is
Democrat, nobody. I live in a small town.
Green Party.
Nobody here cares if you're black. We don't give a shit. What?
Are you sure that nobody there cares? What town you live in? What county do you live in?
Saginaw, Texas.
You know damn well there's some people in there that care about race. You know what I'm talking about, Freedom Cream. You know that. Come on.
Where?
I live in Texas too.
I don't see them.
I bet you don't. But that's okay.
I've been hanging out with my Mexican friends who have like parties every other day. I go over there, I hang out. I go over there with the black people.
You just getting around. You just be everywhere, huh? You just hanging out, eating pork chops on one day.
Dude, none of them care that I'm white.
Hey, look, man, look. I feel you, and it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have. But you came in here for this, okay? So let me give you some wisdom. I want to give you some wisdom.
Oh,
you're not going to change people's strongly held beliefs. It's okay if you're prejudiced. It's okay if you have some bigotry. No, I know nobody else is talking, and I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about everybody who's listening, everybody in YouTube land who's listening. I understand that. Just like you have your religion, just like you have your own strongly held beliefs, nobody's trying to change anybody. What I'm saying is we have to figure out a way to get along here in America without I'm gonna mute you.
Person.
All right, I'm gonna mute you. We have to figure out how we're going to get along in this country. We can't keep tearing it apart. And this goes for black, white, Hispanic, Asians, because every time we get a new group of people to come in, the Irish, the Irish were treated horribly when they first got here. They had to deal with racism. Do you know the Italians, the largest group of people hung in Louisiana was a bunch of Italians? Did you know that? They ran the Italians out of Louisiana. They were so bad. That's why when you go to places like Metairie, they actually have that what sounds like an Italian New York accent. Okay, so everybody's had to deal with racism when they're here. It's just something you got to deal with. It's something you have to deal with, but we can't tear our country apart. Freedom Cream. And I appreciate your stance and I appreciate how you feel. But the bottom line is it's okay to have your beliefs. You just got to get over. You still got to work with people. You still got to go to school with people. You still have to interact with people. There is racism. It's going to exist. Whether you're in Africa, do you know how many Africans are killing other Africans right now? Or
oh yeah, all the Africans are killing.
Let's go to Ukraine and Russia. Are those people are pretty much the same color, and they're kicking each other's butt. Look at all the wars. Look at all the wars that were fought in Europe before they left Europe over stuff like religion. Is there really that much difference between the Protestant and the Catholic? I mean, I'm just saying.
No,
it's not. So what you're learning now is that people, what we understand is that people are going to find a reason to fight with each other. And racism is just another reason. If this planet was full of people that look like you, y'all would find a reason to fight each other. If they were full of people like me, we would find a reason to fight each other because that's what human beings do. It's human nature. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah. But the bottom line is that's why we have the law. And that's why in this situation, we got a young man who's dead, 17-year-old young man who's dead, and another young man who confessed that he did it. And a jury of 12 determined that it was murder, and he's going to jail for 35 years or 17 years. But that's it. Let's not make it more than what it is. We can infer racism is in there. We can infer a lot of things. But the bottom line is, as far as the children are concerned, that's not a good way to comport yourself just because somebody touched you. You shouldn't touch people, but you also shouldn't stab people. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you get the last word. Go ahead, man.
All right. Thank you. No, like I have my best friend from like I said, I had a black best friend. Met him in 5th grade. I brought him into football.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call it? The young kids football.
Oh, AU.
Yeah.
Okay, AU.
Anyways, something like that. Anywho, and my best friend from growing up was also like another guy, like a second best friend. He was like 3 years older than me. He was a Mexican who lived, next door to me. I don't know where all this racism is coming from. Like, I really don't. Like, I've hung out with Mexicans, blacks. Like, those are my best friends.
And that's great. That's great, man. But what I'm trying to tell you is racism is part of human nature. It's not going anywhere. It's been here before. We had all this diversity on the planet. When it was
I'm not defending the black guy who's
no. Have you been drinking? Have you been? What do you drink? What's in that goddamn cup? Look, I got to get you out of here, man. You can't be in here.
Okay, sorry. Well, thank you for bringing me on.
Yeah, I appreciate you. But thank you for coming up. I appreciate the link to the chat room is open. Shout out to you. I appreciate Freedom Cream. Look, like I said, racism is not going anywhere, but we have got to try to figure out how to get along in this country. America has enough enemies. Okay, it has enough enemies and enough people that don't like us. And so for us tearing our country apart is not acceptable. Again, race is an issue. And I know that young fella, he was trying, hey, I have this friend. I get it, but you still could be a little prejudiced against your Mexican friend. You still could be a little prejudiced against your black friend. You probably, I get what he's trying to say. But the bottom line is, I don't think that we can get rid of our strongly held beliefs, and we're not supposed to. You're entitled to feel the way you're entitled to feel. The bottom line is, you still have to try to find a way to get along in this country. We can't keep tearing the country apart every time it's a court case that involves a black one and a white one or a Hispanic one or whatever. Bottom line is, and this is why we need to separate ourselves from our emotions and look at the facts. That's the best we can do. Race is always involved, but that's why you need to cut through the chase and look at it. We have a young man who was killed. We have another young man who's going to jail for 35 years if he doesn't get parole before that. Let's deal with that. Let's start there. That needs to be corrected. But anyway, the link is in the chat room. Anybody else who wants to come in, you're welcome to come in. I'd love to hear from you all. Shout out to everybody, all the critics who came through, even the people who came in yelling. It's a very passionate conversation. I apologize for not catering to your feelings and your emotions, but I'm not here for that. My children will tell you that I'm mean. I don't really care about how you feel. Bottom line is we need to talk about it. Y'all wanted to talk about it, so we talking about it. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat and the Cash App and the PayPal. But again, you know, so a lot of people are angry. A lot of the critics, this is what they're saying. When I'm saying Dennis is sounding like the prosecution, dealt with that. The other one is a lot of people, he's not defending the black kid. Y'all just want me to jump on the pro-black. And despite what you think, I'm not pro-black. I'm pro-accurate. I'm pro-truth. I'm pro-honest. Doesn't matter. That's what we need right now. Okay? That's it. All right? This is, but he's not defending the black kid. That's an emotional criticism. And some folk are looking at the case through a racial defense lens. Young black defendant, white victim, alleged all-white jury, national media pressure, and a justice system that has historically punished black defendants harshly. So when I say the jury had a legal basis, some people hear Dennis is abandoning the black defendant. But that's not what I'm doing. I wasn't ignoring race. I wasn't ignoring the racial divide. I wasn't ignoring the history of the justice system. I was saying that we still have to separate racial distrust of the system from the legal evaluation of this particular stabbing. And that's where some people get uncomfortable because they want those two things to be the same conversation every time. Okay, and I can care about a young black defendant, a young black man, and still tell the truth about what he did and the truth about the law. I can understand why people distrust the system and still explain why this jury rejected self-defense. Those aren't contradictions. Defending black children doesn't mean lying to black children. Defending black children doesn't mean telling them the truth before the system gets a chance to teach them the hard way. You see? And a lot of you all have this question. You heard a lot of people say, Austin put hands on him first. So why isn't that self-defense? That's another big criticism. And when people say that, it's like you don't have proper understanding. The argument is basically he was touched first. He was disrespected. He was outnumbered. He had the right to defend himself. And let me be clear. If somebody puts hands on you, that matters. If somebody initiates physical contact, that matters. If somebody is being aggressive, that matters. But that doesn't automatically answer the legal question. See, let me say this. Ordinary force and deadly force are not the same thing. Someone putting hands on you, that probably justifies some level of force, but it doesn't automatically justify stabbing somebody in the chest or using deadly force. That's what people are getting mad at because emotionally they collapse the categories. They treat he touches me first like it automatically equals I have the right to kill this person now. That's stupid. You can't use deadly force just because somebody touched you. That's not the law. Putting hands on somebody may start the self-defense conversation. It doesn't automatically end the murder analysis, though. Why is that so difficult for people to understand? Is that hard to understand? Where are your grandparents at? Don't you have people around you with common sense to tell you just because somebody hit you or slap you, you don't have a right to kill them? Is that what you tell your sons? If a little girl comes and smacks them upside the head, they have a right to haul off and hit her with a haymaker? Is that what y'all, anybody touch you, you have a right to just go off on them? Is that what you telling? Huh? What about you? Some other little boy hit him. You got a right to spin the block and come back and shoot their house up? Is that what y'all telling y'all kids? Maybe that's why we have so many unalived and so many murders in the black community, huh? Maybe we've been teaching them wrong. Have y'all thought about that? Maybe we need to start teaching some proportionality, some self-control. Have we thought about that? A little discipline, a little emotional discipline, maybe. So we won't have a bunch of boys running around here in men's bodies with women's minds. Huh? big, strong men with emotional responses like women. Is that healthy? Has that been healthy for black men? Has that been healthy for the black community? Because, see, that's what we're really talking about. What we really talking about is a disproportionate response that we see 100 times a day in the black community. That's what we really talking about. It just so happened to happen to a white boy, and white folks wasn't going for it. You might be able to do that in the hood. You might be able to do that in the ghetto. Somebody hit you, you hit them back harder. Somebody touch you, you stab them, but you're not going to do it out here. That's what they're saying. I mean, that's just it, right? Right? If Karmelo Anthony got pushed by Jamal Jenkins, and then Karmelo Anthony turned out and whipped out a gun and shot Jamal Jenkins, y'all be like, man, that's messed up. That's messed up because we would have removed the racial issue. That's just crazy. If Jamal Jenkins had accidentally stepped on Karmelo Anthony's shoe and Karmelo Anthony whipped out a blade and stuck him in the neck and he died, that's crazy. You dying over nothing. That's what you would have said, right? But see, because of this racial issue and our historical avarice, I should say, for the criminal justice system, this conviction and the relationship that white people and black people have had in this country has been so animated. I mean, we've been here together damn near 500 years, but apparently we just never gonna get along. But bottom line is, it would have been a different scenario. Y'all would have understood it better. Y'all would have understood it better, wouldn't you? Huh? That's what I know. I know you all. I know my people. And so you mad at me for calling it like it is. You mad at me for not jumping to the side. Because, see, I've seen enough black men die at the hands of other black men to know it's an emotional response, and I recognize that in Karmelo Anthony. I do. And you all don't have to like me. I don't care. I am a very mean black man. I pride myself on being mean. I like being mean. I'd rather you all not like me. I'm not here to be your friend. I'd rather tell the truth and be honest than cater to you all's feelings. Because, see, telling the truth will save lives. Somebody type save lives in the chat room. Telling the truth will save lives. This was an over-emotional response. We see it happen 1,000 times a week in the black community. Black boys losing it because somebody did something to them. We see black girls doing it too. But black girls don't have the body and the strength and the size. A lot of you black women right now seeing black men do it to you. You say something crazy, you get emotional, he get emotional. Next thing, you got 2 dots on your eyes, calling the police. And you like, damn, hold on, he wasn't supposed to respond like that. He a man. He's as emotional as you, ain't he? You know damn well I'm telling you the truth. I'm saving lives. You guys say I'm off code. I am the goddamn code. I'm all the way on code. Look at my outcomes. Look at my life. Look at my sons. Look at what I've done. I am the code. Y'all telling y'all you sending your sons on a death march. And you wonder why we have all these issues, all these over emotional ass little boys. Excuse my language. Killing themselves, killing each other. And you don't want nobody to say nothing to them. The judge told him something, did he? Huh. You don't think he gonna get touched in prison? You think he gonna jump bad like that? Somebody type jump bad. I feel sorry for the little boy. I feel sorry the fact that nobody taught him that he had to control his emotions. I feel sorry for a lot of little boys out there that's in the graveyard and in the morgue right now. See, what would have happened? See, let me tell you what happens in the ghetto. Somebody type ghetto. This is what happens in the ghetto. You get in a fist fight, and then you whip out a weapon, right? And then you use your weapon, and everybody else whip out a weapon too. So you get in a fist fight, you losing, you pull out a knife, and then somebody else, click, clack. And now you shot down in the street. That's what happens in the ghetto. Because, see, you're emotional and they're emotional. So they do something to you you don't like. You get over emotional and you escalate, and then they escalate. And then somebody ends up going to prison and somebody ends up going to the morgue. That's how the ghetto works. Am I lying? Where's the lie at? See, I'm not like you all. See, you all like this dude. No, I'm not like y'all at all. This is me. You see that? That's authentic me. California, 1995. This is me. East Side, Los Angeles, 1979. See, this is the ghetto before it was fashionable. You know what I'm saying? Before they was making songs about it. Yeah. It's about 3 murderers. It's about 3 killers in that that picture right there. And 2 of them ain't women. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, when you want to check my ghetto pass, I issue the ghetto passes. You understand me? Praise Moses. I issue the ghetto passes. You see, so ain't nothing you can tell me about nothing about hood life, ghetto life. Y'all don't know a damn thing. I'm talking about post-traumatic stress from growing up in South Central LA. You can't tell me a goddamn thing about how the ghetto works at all. This has been a problem. We have emotional little boys. When somebody touched them, they respond. They have female coping mechanisms. They get over emotional. The reason I put my children in martial arts is not just so they can learn to defend themselves, but so they can learn to control their emotions. So they don't over respond when they're hit or touched or pushed. And y'all don't like that. Because the truth is, you don't like men. You damn sure don't like men like me who will tell you how it is. You all run from men like me, but you're listening now, ain't you? You're listening now, ain't you? See, I'm the daddy you should have had. I would have told you straight up. You do some dumbass crap like that and get out there and lose your mind and do something crazy, men and women, and you haven't been properly corrected. And that's why we are where we are now. That's why we got the body count that we have in the black community right now. As we have young black men unaliving each other at the rate we do. We got young black women losing their mind and pulling out weapons. No emotional control. And now y'all want to take it out there with them white folk. And they not having it. They're going to put you in jail for 35 years. They're going to put you in jail for 35. They're going to take your life from you. They're not playing with you. They're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And y'all don't have to like what I'm saying, but it's true. Where's the lie? The proof is in the pudding. You see how you get treated by that criminal justice system? So where's the lie? Now let's talk about another situation. They say no duty to retreat. Somebody type stand your ground. Stand your ground. It's another point people keep attacking me on. Some people hear no duty to retreat. They think it means I don't have to leave so I can escalate. They treat stand your ground like it gives you a free license to kill if you were technically allowed to be standing there. But that's not how it works. No duty to retreat doesn't mean no duty to be responsible. Even if the law says you don't have to run away, the use of deadly force still has to be immediately necessary and reasonable under the circumstances. That's the distinction people don't want to deal with. You may not have a legal duty to retreat, but that doesn't mean every violent response is justified. You still have to explain why deadly force was necessary in that moment. And that's not weakness, that's law. Karmelo Anthony didn't even take the stance. And here's another thing y'all have a problem with. Dennis is telling black boys to walk away from disrespect. That's what really got y'all triggered. This is what this really about. When I say sometimes you got to walk away from that, some people hear respectability politics. Let me tell you something. I'm talking from these. Look, man, when I was in Los Angeles, California, I didn't gangbang. I hung out with some. 10 years old, I was shooting craps and gambling with the gangsters down the street. I have a 10-year-old. We're talking about no adult supervision. I'm shooting craps with hardened criminals. Right now, all those good guys that they've been penitentiary right now, doing life bids in the California State Correctional Facility. I'm 10 years old, outside shooting craps with hardened gang members and drug dealers. Right over there on 58th and Kansas, between Kansas and Butlong. People who are familiar with Los Angeles know exactly what. Right behind John Muir Junior High School. Right on that little street. He used to live at 1104 West 58th Place, right in the heart of the hood. And what I learned is sometimes you got to back down. Sometimes people going to say stuff to you. And they're going to be real disrespectful, far worse than what happened in that suburban track meet. You can try that if you want to. Somebody say something to you and you decide to jump bad on them and you get stomped out right there on the curb. Play the game if you want to. Sometimes you got to tuck your flag and walk away. And so you all hear me telling black boys to accept disrespect. They hear me telling them to be weak. That's what you're saying. You hear me telling them not to defend themselves. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not giving a morality lecture. I'm giving a survival lecture. Walking away from disrespect isn't the same thing as accepting disrespect. Walking away from disrespect means you understand that one bad ego decision can turn into a teenage argument, into a funeral and a murder conviction and 35 years in prison. That's not being anti-black. That's being very practical. And as a father, as a daddy that has 3 young black boys, that's exactly what I'm going to tell my sons. Don't let your ego send you to prison. Don't let somebody talking crazy to you make you throw away your future. Don't kill somebody over your pride, and don't let pride get you killed. Walk away. Does that sound like some good common sense that parents should teach their children? Huh? Do you think Karmelo Anthony wish he had walked away now that he's been in prison for about a week? I know the prisoners are going to tell him that. Because sometimes, I hate to say it, but when a lot of these brothers go to prison, they learn a lot because that's their first time being around men who will speak the truth to them. In no way I'm saying you should go to prison to learn, some life lessons. But sometimes, and this happened with one of my cousins, he went to prison, he came out, he's far more mature. He did 7 years. He got a chance to be around a lot of men who established boundaries, who made him respect them and respect himself. And he come out, he understood a lot more things. And I guarantee you, some of those older cats that's been in there 25, 35, 40 years, they're going to have a conversation with Karmelo. It's not going to all be bad. It's not going to be all good. And things are going to happen, but they're going to match his energy. And if he want to sit in there and learn, he's going to learn a lot about manhood from those older men. Ain't nothing to do but sit up in there and talk. All the dudes have been locked down. Ain't nothing to do but sit up in there and talk, huh? He's going to learn a lot. And they're going to tell him, man, you should have walked away from that. Nephew, it wasn't worth it. That's what they're going to tell you. But, at least you got a date. Do your time. Do your program. Get out. You see? And he's going to learn because he's suffering the consequences. None of y'all are in that prison with him right now. All of y'all said what he should have did, what he could have did. None of y'all want to go. Y'all would not one of y'all would trade places with him right now, would you? And you wouldn't want your children to trade places with him. So that makes you selfish. That makes y'all selfish as hell. Trying to justify what he did, and it got him 35 years in prison. That makes you selfish. Damn near evil. You just want to see the spectacle of it. That's what this is really about. It presents you an opportunity to play the victim. Oh, woe is me. Tell the truth. You don't care about that boy. You're going to forget about him in a couple of weeks. You're just here for the circus of it. So let's be honest with ourselves. Another thing you all are saying, I'm ignoring the fear, that fear can be real even without a weapon. Y'all basically saying, I'm minimizing Karmelo's fear. And look, fear can be real even if the other person doesn't have a weapon. A group of people can cause you seriously bodily harm. A person can be scared in a chaotic situation. A person can feel threatened even if the threat isn't holding a gun or knife. I get it. The other boy was bigger than him. I'm not saying fear doesn't matter. But see, the law doesn't ask only whether he was scared. The law asks whether deadly force was immediately necessary based on what was happening at the moment. And that's the part people keep skipping. Karmelo said, touch me again and watch what I do. The other boy, Austin, said, I'm not going to fight you on the track. Karmelo never said that he was being attacked by 4 people, not to the police officers. None of those 13 witnesses said he was being attacked by multiple people. Y'all just made that up. Y'all just don't like the verdict, so y'all just said, where's the video out there? Where's the video? Where's the video? Is it with Tupac? Is it with the Martians? I mean, where's the video? Y'all don't think out of all these people, hell, y'all couldn't hold water. You think that video wouldn't be out there? You don't think TMZ would have paid somebody to get it by now? I'm just saying. You think 13 people would have got up there and purged themselves and risked going to a Texas prison lying about something that they have nothing to do with them? I'm just asking. Because see, me, I fall on common sense. See? I'm not going to play stupid. Where's the video? I keep hearing about it. This video popped up when the conviction came, but there's the video. Where's it at? I want to see it. This needs to be brought forth. But the truth is there is no video. Because if it was a video, y'all would have had it. You see? If it was a video, it would have showed up by now. Because this case is too hot. This is not something that could be hid in a small town. They don't have it. Y'all just using that as a reason not to accept the reality of the situation. That's it. And you don't have to like me. I don't care. You don't have to like. I would prefer you hate me than give me your fake love. I don't want y'all to like me. Because the same people that cheer you will be the same people that root for you to die. That's what they did. That's what they do. So I don't want you to like me. But what you won't say is I lied to you. What you won't say is I was dishonest. I'm going to tell you the truth, even if it hurts your little feelings. You're going to hear the truth over here. You're going to hear the ice, cold, hard truth on this channel. Somebody type the Blizzard King in the chat room. Look, man, the law doesn't ask only whether or not you were scared. The law asks whether deadly force was immediately necessary based on what was happening at the moment. Okay? And the jury heard that. And see, that's the part people are skipping. Fear is part of the analysis, but fear alone isn't the whole analysis. The jury had to look at what happened, what the witnesses said, all 13 of them. Eyewitnesses, man. We ain't talking about one. We talking about 13 eyewitnesses. You don't need a video if you have 13 eyewitnesses in broad daylight. They listened to the witnesses. They looked at the physical evidence. It was his knife. He put it in his chest. And the jury determined whether or not the knife response matched the threat. And they said, no, it does not. You can't bring a knife to a fist fight. That's what they said. What idiot would disagree with that? How dumb do you have to be to believe that you can bring a knife to a fist fight, man? The jury didn't believe there was an imminent threat of the death of a serious bodily injury. Then guess what? Fear alone wasn't enough. Y'all saying Karmelo was fearful. Y'all are saying that. Karmelo didn't even testify on the stands. How do you know he was afraid? The boy said, touch me again and watch what I do. Did it look like he was afraid of you? Hell no. It looked like he wasn't afraid. It looked like he had something for him, and apparently he did. You don't have to like what I'm saying. Come on, man. Let's talk as adults. You stab somebody because they push you or jack you up or whatever, and you think you're not supposed to go to prison for that? You crazy, man. Again, you know, we don't know what the boy said. He didn't testify. And people are angry at me because I'm putting too much weight on Karmelo not testifying. You don't like that. I understand why. Look, a defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. A jury can't legally push him for staying silent. They can't punish him for that. And the state still had the burden of proof. And the defense doesn't have to prove innocence. All of that is true. But see, there's a difference between a legal right and a practical trial problem. When the defense is still self-defense, the defendant's self, right, and how he felt at that time, his state of mind, is the question. What did he believe in the moment within himself? What did he believe he was in? Why did he believe he was dangerous? Why did he believe deadly force was necessary? We need to hear that from him. So when the jury doesn't hear directly from him on how he felt, how can he then create persuasion? How can that's a persuasion problem. That doesn't mean he had a legal duty to testify. It doesn't mean that other people couldn't draw emphasis. Well, isn't it true? You can ask a witness, how big was this guy? He's 140 pounds. They can do that. The jury can assume, but he didn't hear anything. The jury didn't hear from the actual person who was claiming self-defense. And so that means the defense attorney had a harder job selling his belief and his fear to the jury. Now, look, y'all can say what you want to say in the chat room, but the link is up in here. If you want to come up in here, come on in here. This is Critics Night. Come on in here. The link is in the chat room. And some of y'all got mad at me for being too focused on the law. I'm a lawyer. Of course I'm going to be focused on the law. Why you think Willie D invited me to the platform? Look, you know Willie D is heavy on moral outrage, racial history, public reaction, and community emotion. I came in as a lawyer saying, here's how the jury likely got there. And that created tension. See, a lot of you all are angry, okay, because you didn't believe that the verdict was legally explainable. Y'all want to question it. Is the system fair? Was the jury fair? Would a white defendant have gotten the same result? Why does a black kid get punished this hard? Why ain't let him go free? Why is the victim Austin's conduct minimized? Those are real questions. I get that. I'm not dismissing those questions. And here's the thing. You can distrust the system and still understand the verdict. Those are two different conversations. You can believe race matters and still analyze the evidence. You can believe the justice system is unfair and still explain why a jury rejected self-defense. You can question the punishment and still understand the conviction. That's the mature conversation. That's the honest conversation. But if we collapse everything into emotion, we stop doing legal analysis and we start doing wishful thinking. You understand? Some of y'all are upset because, you understand that the jury would convict because there's a body. You admitted to killing somebody. Y'all believe 35 years is excessive. And I understand the reaction. A young man is going to lose decades of his life, and that's a serious punishment. That's not a slap on the wrist. That's not a warning. That's life altering. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. The jury could believe the killing was murder and still impose a sentence that people think is too harsh. Those aren't contradictions. I get that. The verdict and punishment are related, but there's not the same question. But let me ask you this question. Did the state prove the crime? Was that hard to do? Is this something that happened in a dark alley somewhere? No, they had 9 witnesses, eyewitnesses, a murder weapon and a confession. They proved the crime. Can we all agree with that? I think all the critics agree with that. You can believe the verdict was legally explainable and still believe the sentence was morally heavy. You're entitled to that. That's fair. That's a fair conversation. But that's different from pretending there was no legal path to conviction. There clearly was. Some of y'all don't like me going on Willie D's broadcast. Y'all feel he's a little too liberal or something like that. Look, I tell you guys all the time, vote your interests. I happen to vote for Donald Trump for president for the last couple of times. But that doesn't mean I'm a right-wing Republican. I vote my interest. I voted for Bill Clinton. I voted for every Democratic president all the way up until Donald Trump, because I realized that I can make money and still have to pay a whole lot of money in taxes under Democratic presidents. Whether it's Barack Obama, I paid a lot of money. Joe Biden, I paid a lot of money. Bill Clinton, I paid a lot of money. I paid less money under George Bush. I paid less money under Donald Trump. So I vote my interest. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not voting some Democrats locally and some Democrats on the national level. Vote your interest. I'm not telling you what to do. But some of you all think you got me pegged as a right-wing conservative. I am absolutely not. Vote your interest. If you are a school teacher and your job is dependent on a union, you need to vote for the Democrats. If you're a young entrepreneur and you need low taxes, you probably need to vote Republican. If you got a whole lot of crime going on in your city and in a mismanaged city, you probably need to vote Republican in the local elections. That's all I'm saying. Vote your interest. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You do what you want to do. You're grown American citizens. You have a right to vote. People fought and died for that. Vote your interest. I don't tell you what to do. I tell you to vote your interest. That being the case, I didn't go on Willie D's platform to win a popularity contest. I knew the audience was probably more sympathetic to Karmelo. It's a mostly black audience. It's a mostly liberal audience. I get that. I don't give a damn. I know a lot of people wanted me to fight the verdict and attack the jury and say the whole thing was just racism. But that's not what I went there to do. I went there as an attorney to explain what I believe the law and the facts showed. Losing the room emotionally doesn't mean I lost the argument legally. Sometimes the room wants affirmation. Sometimes the room wants anger. Sometimes the room wants somebody to say exactly what it already believes. But my job wasn't to give people what they wanted to hear. My job was to say what I believe was legally true. And if people disagree, that's fine. You're entitled to disagree. That's why I'm doing this critics only call in. But don't just say, I lost the room. I don't give a damn if I lost the room. Because time will show you that I'm accurate in what I'm saying. Look, man, I know we got some other people who want to come in. I'm going to bring them in here in a minute. Anybody else who wants to come in, and we'll chop it up for a minute. We'll talk. Now, look, bottom line is this. Criticism, it breaks down in three buckets. First, there's these bad faith criticism. That's people saying I'm a sellout, anti-black, or defending Austin simply because I explained why the jury convicted. That's not even serious criticism because I didn't tell you what you wanted to hear with your little sensitive selves. Take your pantyhose off. That's just emotional name calling. That's not serious criticism. Second, there's fair emotional criticism. That's people saying I didn't give enough weight to racial distrust. The all-white jury, it wasn't even an all-white jury. And you think 35 years is serious for murder? He could have got life. He'll be eligible for parole in 17 years. That other little boy is still going to be dead in 17 years. Look, I respect the criticism. Even if I disagree with parts of it, I respect it. Fine. One of the other third thing, he touched me first. I was disrespected. I was scared. Automatically, does that automatically equal the use of deadly force? That's not how self-defense works. Look, I'm not asking any of you all who don't like the verdict to like the verdict. I'm explaining how the jury got there. That's it. Self-defense isn't decided by emotion. It's decided by whether the deadly force was reasonable and immediately necessary. You can believe the system treats black defendants unfairly. You're entitled to believe that. I still understand why this jury rejected self-defense in this case. And more importantly, you can care about black children and still tell them the truth. Walk away if you can. And this goes for all children. Keep your hands off other people. Use proportional force if you must. Don't kill anybody over disrespect. Don't go to prison over pride. Don't let people online give your children advice they wouldn't give their own, because I know damn well nobody with any good sense is telling them that it's okay to unalive somebody if they have children. Now, I'm going to let one more person in. We look like we got a hard-working truck driver. Hey, man, you can't be talking to me and driving at the same damn time.
It's okay. I'm not going to be looking at the... Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, man. What's your name?
All right.
What's your name?
Flavio. I'm out here driving in Minnesota. I'm going to be paying attention at the road. I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you think they handled the case?
I will sue your ass if you hit somebody. They will call me up and
Don't worry. Don't worry. Right. Hey,
yeah,
so do you think the family of Karmelo basically handled the case really bad in the beginning by rejecting any kind of I don't know, like to discuss basically a bit with the other family, and instead just went on like, do you think a plea deal could have gotten him less time that's pretty much all I'm gonna ask.
Well, if they had offered him a plea deal, it depends on what the plea deal would have been. I'm assuming if he was charged with murder, then the lesser included charge was manslaughter, but they didn't offer him a plea deal. That's my understanding. He wasn't offered a plea deal, so he didn't have that opportunity. Sometimes the district attorney, they're gonna put you, they're not offering you a plea deal. You're gonna go to jail for murder. They get a conviction, you're going. That's it. Some people don't get the plea deal. It's optional. The prosecutors are not always obligated to offer you a plea deal, and sometimes they don't want to. Sometimes they just think the crime is so heinous that you need to go to prison. They're willing to risk the chance. Okay.
I understand. So the plea deal does have to come only from the prosecution side. It cannot be started by the defense technically, like to start the discussion.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the defense can always make overtures that we'd like to entertain some plea deals. Oftentimes in court, when you see the defense attorney and the prosecutor, talking to each other, the defense attorney will walk up there and look at the file. They'll talk about any plea deals or any offers being made, but it's my understanding that there were no plea deals offered in this particular case. And how do you say your name again, man?
Flavio.
Flavio, where you from, Flavio?
I'm Romanian.
Oh, okay. Oh, Romeo out there with Dracula or something like that. Huh? You had to...
Okay.
No,
hey, thank you for the good work, sir, and thanks for keeping emotions as much as possible out of this conversation. I mean, I think that's the most important thing in the future, and I think this basically is sending a bad message to the future children. Basically, this message of this was self-defense, and you can basically. He was defending himself. I get the defense, and from what you heard, you think the video that is being talking about is it doesn't exist, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people looking. There's literally millions of people looking at this case, and there's people who have resources to get. If you have people telling me that 11 people saw this video and they know where it is, they know how long it is, and who has possession of it. And
it's not in the media right now.
The prosecutors don't have it. The defense attorneys don't have it. TMZ doesn't get it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it's more internet rumor. But if they have it, they should come forth with it. They should come forth with it so that when this young man gets when he petitions the appellate court for a new trial, there may be a chance that he can get it. If the video shows 4 people beating him up, and him being pushed and beat up and punched out, that's a different case. Then at that point, self-defense with the use of a dangerous weapon may be proportional. But in this particular case, if all you did was push another 17-year-old child, even if you jacked him up like a linebacker, the jury said that response or deadly force was not proportional. In other words, I'm not justifying what the jury said. I'm just showing you they had evidence to find that verdict of guilty of murder. And that's what the appellate court is going to look at eventually if the case ever gets appealed on its merits. Now, in this particular case, I think it's going to get appealed based on the fact that they struck 3 black jurors, and the only reason was, they were educators. That's but again, you're going to get another jury. And you're not necessarily entitled to a jury of people that are of your race. That's like you're from Romania. If you do something in Wisconsin and you do, let's say they catch you with a 6-pack of beers and some weed, you're not entitled to a jury of 12 Romanians. You're entitled to a jury of the people in there that are in that jury.
Or they don't have to be white either. That doesn't mean peers, right? Peers doesn't imply to be your color or anything like that, right?
Exactly. Because there are places like Detroit where there's predominantly black population. They've got white defendants who get all white juries and all black juries and a black judge. You're not entitled to a jury of your race. You're entitled to a jury of your peers.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people don't understand this thing. Basically, I see in the comments a lot of people thinking that peers basically means kind of your own race and everything like that. So that's why I was just trying to clarify that.
See, here's the problem. There are black people that will convict him too. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm sure. I'm 100%. I mean, if you were on that jury, I don't see. I mean, removing emotions, basically, it's hard to come to a different conclusion. It was the only difference could have been in between the sentence on and how many years, but on
yeah,
the sentencing. But
a win would have
legally,
been. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that legally, this this is what follows after. If you look at it from a legal standpoint, this is the conclusion that follows was justified, basically. That and what happened.
How many black people in the chat room would have, based on what you know about the case, how many black people in the chat room would have convicted Karmelo Anthony based on the evidence that you know? Number one,
In this chat room?
I'm asking my chat room.
Oh, okay.
Black people only. He stabbed somebody. He admitted that he stabbed somebody and they have a body. How many of you all would have convicted him? Whether it was murder or manslaughter, how many of you all would have convicted him? Shout out to B.
I know there's a lot of them for sure because I see them in comments everywhere. You know, it's like, but you have to remove yourself emotionally to be able to even start thinking about this. But a lot of people cannot do that, and it's understandable. You know, it's understandable to a point. But what happened outside that courthouse, man, that was a little bit ugly. You know, them.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. Wasn't the topic of discussion that I had.
Fair. We're not even gonna go there.
I'm limiting my discussion to what happened in the courtroom.
Legally.
You see what I'm saying? Now
I understand.
Let me try this. How many of you black people, if it was your son that got stabbed by all you ones that said no, if it was your son that got stabbed by Karmelo Anthony, how many of y'all would want him to go to prison? If it was your son or your daughter, how many of you all would have wanted him to go to prison? The ones who said no, he was not guilty. How many of you all would wanted him to see justice go to prison? And what would you have done to him if he hadn't? That's all I'm saying. Now you don't have to answer that question because I know your people are emotionally tied. And I was trying to explain this to the other fella that in America, race is the national pastime. I know they tell you all that baseball is, but race is the national pastime. That's what we do here. Whether we're talking about,
I can see it from both sides for sure. Yeah. Everybody's saying I'm not racist, but and then it's coming basically that and then people feed off of drama and stuff like this. Well, of course, it's just how people are.
But the bottom line is we still have to learn to live with each other because we can't tear our country apart and constantly be at each other's throats because these things are going to continue to happen. People are still, you can't run. It's going to continue to happen. So we as Americans have to find a way to get along because we don't have anywhere else to go. Do you want us all 300 of us? You want all 300 million of us to come to Romania? We can all
no.
Randy and Taylor Castle. That's what we're gonna do. We're all gonna come out and hang out with you on Romania.
I'm straight from his land.
When you all fought the Turks and destroyed the Turks, putting people on with spikes and shit like, excuse my language.
Right.
Every American listening to me, we're gonna all move to Flans. Say your name again? I don't want to mess your name up. Say it again. Flavio. That's like we're gonna all show up in Romania, all 300 million. We're gonna take some Southwest Airlines flights and go over there and stay with you. We can't do that. We gotta try to figure out a way to get along. Hey man, you keep your eyes on the road. It looks like it's raining up there. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, yes, it is. Hey, nice talking to you. Thank you for the conversation and have a blessed night, sir.
All right, you too. All right, we got some other people coming in here, man. We got time for maybe one more, and then I'm gonna read these super chats, and we're gonna ease up out of here, man. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chats. We got 7 of them. I guess y'all didn't learn nothing, but I don't care. Be mad. You don't owe me anything. I appreciate you all. But make sure you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate that. And share this. Chop it up. Tell people why you don't like me. Eddie Campbell, welcome to the broadcast. Brother, can I get you up a little bit so we can be even? And I want everybody to see us.
I see you. I know what you I got you.
Okay, brother. What would you like to add to this conversation about anything, any criticisms you may have? I'd love to hear.
I'm not really going to criticize you. I think that you on the right track with it. I don't really agree with the outcome of the verdict because I think that he was, in his heart, he was really just, he felt like he had to do what he had to do. But sometimes doing what you got to do gonna end you up in jail. And that's what he learned. And I learned that as a young boy. Defending, protecting, if it's not along the law, you're going to jail. And that's the only way we're gonna keep this society level-headed. So I see where you're coming from. I don't like the decision, but I think that it's bigger than this. I think that because it's us as a community that got it backwards. We wait till our kids get in here, then start spending money trying to get them out instead of doing all the pro stuff you're supposed to do. How about spending that money on them when they're not in trouble? How about them apples? So then they don't get in this kind of trouble. And I understand his circumstance was a little different. He was from what I gathered, he was on the right track. But even when you're on the right track, you still got to make good decisions. There's a lot of football players that would have made it to the NFL if they only would have knew. See, that's what he's learning right now. If I only would have knew. And so that's where I agree with you at. But I don't like the so what do you think about that?
Well, man, I think that the reason this is so heartbreaking is because Karmelo was a good student. He had never been in any trouble.
Yeah.
And, you know, he had moved out the hood. Yeah, we can see each other now. We can see everything. He had moved out the hood. And this is, you know, for a lot of black people, we're safe now. We're finally safe. But and that's what makes it so heartbreaking. Not like he's a kid with multiple felonies, juvenile arrest record, rap sheet. You know, he's a pretty good kid. Played for, I mean, the track meet, that's where the good kids go.
That's where they go. That's where you think they're not going to go to jail. Like, that's shocking that he went to jail at the track meet.
Yeah, you put your kids in sports so they can have some activities. The parents, you're trying to do everything right. You put them in sports, you get them out the ghetto. You put them in a school with good white folk. You know what I'm saying?
You see what you just said?
I know, I said it like that. Good white folk, that's what you did. But see, let me tell you something, man. If I live in a black neighborhood, and you know, despite what people think, every black neighborhood is not ghetto and hood. You got upper middle class, working class black people who see this just for what it is.
Yeah,
they move out the hood to get away from this foolishness. So if this situation, it's shocking because these could be any of our little kids around here.
Any one of them at any time. You don't know when this type of circumstance. You don't know when it's gonna happen. Like you can see the gang banging, but you don't see this. This right here is live.
Exactly. But see, here's the thing, and I used to say this a lot to a lot of brothers, you know, because I'm the OG passport bro. I used to hang out. But see, the thing is a simp, whatever country you in. And see, now that's all coming out because see, there's no emotional solution. There's no geographical solution for an emotional problem. And so if you got a young man who has emotional issues, he responds emotionally, or he thinks with his mother's brain, or he has female coping mechanism, you do something to me, I'm gonna go off on you. Women might be able to get away with it, but you as a man can't get away with that.
You're right. They not gonna might get away. They get away with it all the time. And they get people to side on their side while they're doing it.
A woman can hit you upside the head when you sleep with a broomstick and
you said this earlier. And this what made me jump on. You said what you saying now, you said a lot of these dudes, and that's why I live in California still. I'm really trying to get out too. But a lot of these dudes are emotional. They just and they don't understand that we as men have the power. The reason why we're judged so harshly is because we're given from God the power to take life with our bare hands.
Yeah.
We don't really need a knife. We can do it with our bare hands. So with that comes a certain amount of responsibility. And we're not teaching our young men. Women don't even know to teach that to their young men. And then since the fathers haven't been in the house or is not around, they don't get that learned.
No, but it ain't even that. You got emotional men raising emotional boys.
At this point, you're right.
we 3 generations in of
Yeah,
emotion.
I'm 50. I'm 50 this year. I turned 50. So you're right. It is a lot of more younger people with that emotional problem, learning. They didn't even learn that, hey, you was given strength to protect your family by God. You have to be righteous with that. You can't just go using it willy-nilly because you feel some type of way.
Yeah.
And so,
Let me say it like this, man. No black person who is a father or a mother is gonna tell their children it's acceptable for them to stab somebody just because they got pushed. I'm absolutely certain that no black mother or father who cares about their children is gonna say that. Because see, the first person they're gonna stab might be you.
You see that?
The next time you make them mad, you make your child mad, they're gonna use that same lesson on you, and you're gonna end up.
You know, like I know, you're gonna get them mad all while they teenagers, because nothing they think is right as they are teenaging, their teenage years is right. So they gonna be that upset at you that they gonna feel like, man, I should stab him. If that's the lesson you teaching.
Yep. And then another thing is, let me tell you something, and this is what people ain't talking about. Karmelo Anthony, you know, if he had that sort of issue, people touching him, then guess who was probably more likely than not going to end up catching that knife in the chest?
One of the parents.
Another black boy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you true about that.
I just want you to think about that. And we see that happen all the time. You got a lot of emotional young black men out there. They get in a little fist fight, a little conflict, and then they got to, what the youngsters say, spin the block, or they want to explode. They can't take a L. They don't know how to take
an L. They can't take a L. They even say it now. I ain't taking no L's. I ain't taking no L's. What do you mean? That's a part of your lesson. A L is a lesson.
Yeah.
And if you don't see it like that, you ain't gonna never get this life thing. Because you're
not gonna make it to 50.
This life thing gonna give you a lot of L's.
I don't know what part of Cali you from, but I know absolutely certain you know a lot of your contemporaries and friends.
I'm from the same part of LA you from. I'm from Watts, Inglewood, Compton.
All right, that's what's up. What high school you go to?
I graduated from Morningside, but I went to Dominguez in Compton. I went to Grape Street Elementary School in Watts, and I went to Markham Junior High School.
Man, I graduated from Manual Arts, and
that's right in the center. That's right in the center.
Junior high, and then I went to Weems Elementary over off 37th in Harlem Hood over there.
Okay.
Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Yeah, we actually after I got finished with my I guess it's really called a sophomore year, but we call it, because we only go to high school. We got 3 years of high school instead of 4.
Yeah.
But we moved from 37th in Vermont, in an apartment across from USC, and we went and moved down to 92nd and Dinker. So I was in Washington High School zone. I was zoned to go to Wash House, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna go to Manual. I don't want to be hanging out there.
Yeah, Washington was wild when we was young.
Every day when I would drive myself to school, I see all them cute ass girls going to Westchester High School. I'm like, man, I should have went to Westchester.
My little brother went to Westchester. I was so jealous. Yeah. I was like, are you serious? Is this what Westchester is hiding some diamonds over there, man?
They always had the most beautiful women in LA. All of them went to Westchester. Westchester High, straight up Manchester. For you all, this like this. It's a black school. It's in a real nice neighborhood, man. And
I was a lifeguard at Westchester Park. That's why I got to see a lot of that Westchester.
The chick I took to high school prom, her name was Crystal Gates, man. She went to Westchester High School, man. Boy, I walked up in Manual Arts High, man. Back in the day, our girls, they wasn't the best looking. They had Jerry curls and crocus.
Hey, don't do them like that. Don't do them like that.
Hey, man, Manual Arts did not have good looking women back in the day. I don't care what nobody says. So I brought this fine Westchester chick in, man. My Uncle Slim let me get his Cadillac, man. I came through with the coupe, man. It was what it was. Hey, man. Hey, look. Hey, man. I want to go off with all that, man. Hey, where you getting her from? I'm like, man, I met her up on Slauson and Overhill.
That's where you meet them at. Hey, that's where they at.
She was walking to her parents' house. I'm like, I was in my homeboy Keith ass smoke. You and Key look like Key ass smoke weed. All this nigga lips black, and I'm in the back of his parents' van. I'm like, hey, pull up on old girl. So we swooped up on her, I hopped out, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. We started chopping it up, man. And man, she was cool, man. She was
those were the days. It ain't hey, life ain't nothing like that. Like how we grew up, it ain't nothing like that now, man.
Shout
I
out
be talking to the youngsters.
Shout out, I hope she might see this. She's a fine thing, man. But anyway,
She married by now.
I hope she is, man. I hope she's married, has a good life. Her daddy was a preacher, and her mama did hair in the back. They live right off of Slauson and like Overhill. You know, when you go past Crenshaw, and then they have that little barbecue stand on. We kept riding, you know, that Overhill. I used to have this Volkswagen Bug, ain't had no brakes. When I came down that Slauson and Overhill, I'm like, man, I hope this damn car stops. So I know that block very well. Used to be a little park up there, man, on the left side. I forget what it's called now, but yeah, I met her right there, man. But it's not like it was back in the day. It was good and it was bad. You know what I'm saying? One of my homeboys, Mike Green, that I played football with in Manual, he just got married. And one of our homeboys, man, he's still living in LA, man. He's like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. I'm like, yeah, bro, it was. We just
it was bad. It was bad. Once I got out to see how other people get to be kids, and I think about how you had to be a kid in LA, I'm like, nah, we had it all backwards. So we was terrorizing each other. These kids, I live in Barstow now. These kids out here really get to be kids. They don't have to, they got to choose that life. When we was younger, our parents had to protect us from it or it was going to swallow us.
Yeah.
If you didn't have the people around you to protect you from that life, it was going to come for you. And so, but now I can see that LA really don't got nothing on the suburbs, because in the suburbs, you get to live. You actually get to live. You know, you get to go outside and look around. You ain't looking around to see who's coming. You just looking around to look at the birds and the bees. You ain't looking to see who might be trying to get you. So I said, you know.
And see, here's the thing, brother. And that's why Karmelo Anthony family and them moved him out of Baton Rouge to Texas. A lot of people out here do that. They move from Baton Rouge and New Orleans to Texas. But see, you can't get rid of an emotional problem by changing locations. It's a lot of people that move from LA and they bring that same mentality with them to places like Palmdale.
Yeah.
Lancaster. I know because I got some cousins that grew up right with me on 60th. I put this picture up early and I'm like, y'all, why are y'all in Palmdale? Dang, why are y'all in Palmdale? Look, this is me with my uncle. Look, I'm right there on 60th and damn Normandy right there. Used to be a liquor store that got burnt up in the riots, and my uncle had it out. Yeah, and I'm like, why are y'all in Palmdale, gang? But I'm like, why are we even doing that? Palmdale got mountains and snow, and y'all got Christmas trees out here with no hell. You know, when we was young, helicopters be flying overnight. You can't even think.
Can't even go to sleep. You can go to sleep for the helicopters. And they flew low. Yeah. They didn't fly high.
See, the thing is, and I want to bring this all back home, and I'm gonna let you go, man. See,
I got you.
Karmelo, like a lot of young black men, and I'm just focusing on us. They have not been taught to control their emotions. You see,
that's right.
See, one of the first things I did with my sons when they was little, I said, you control your emotions or your emotions will control you. In other words, if you don't control your emotions, they're gonna control how you live your life. And
I told my youngs, you can't think when you're mad. You cannot think. You lose control because you cannot focus when you're mad.
Yeah, and see, let me tell you, and I try to allude this to people. You can't just because somebody say so. Let you in LA, you over and watch. You can't say what you want to say to people just because you want to say it. They will let you. You got to control yourself. You got to bow down. And
it's not really bowing down. Yeah. It's really you. It's called self-preservation. You trying to
live. You'll get stomped out over there. And see, that's the lesson you learn real quick. You see what I mean? Just because somebody run up on you, whoop-de-whoop, and start talking about which flag you represent or whatever, man. I don't bang, man. I play football or whatever, whoop-de-whoop. You see what I'm saying? You got to know how to move, man, if you want to survive. And a lot of these youngsters think they can flare up anytime somebody say something out of pocket. You can't do that in this world. And
it's in the music. It's in the music. Tell them they can do it, and it's okay.
You're gonna become a ticking time bomb, and eventually somebody gonna light that fuse, and that's what we see happen. Now that boy's sitting down for 35 years.
Yeah.
Or if he don't get in trouble, because see, that's a whole nother thing we not talking about.
We leaving that part totally out. Because in jail, you have to become what's around you. In there, you can't escape it. So now you gotta be, or everybody gonna take advantage of you. So I don't.
Yep. Go ahead, bro. Speak on it. Because a
I'm
lot of these
saying you're right. I'm just saying you're right. We ain't nobody even talking about that part.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, I talk to people as a lawyer, but I've been a black man a lot longer than I've been a lawyer. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been practicing law 26 years, but I've always been a black man, and I know how we have to operate in this country. I grew up in the belly of the BC. It wasn't, people try to explain LA. Oh, that's like any other hood. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Los Angeles was mechanized. You don't have to be looking for trouble in LA in the 1980s and 90s. It will find you.
Let me tell you something. When I was little, you couldn't smile. Smiling will get you beat up. People would think you was soft for smiling.
Looking somebody in the eyes could get you
mad dogging. Now, why you mad dogging me?
Right. It was mechanized. You see what I'm saying? It's just certain colors you couldn't even wear outside.
Yeah, stick to black and white. You had black and white all in your closet because everything else would cause you to have a fight.
Everything. And so when you grow up in an environment like that, you learn how to conduct yourself when you're in a hostile environment. And so what I try to get these people in, unfortunately, many of us suffer post-traumatic stress. You see what I mean? Because of the environment, the constant stress. Man, I remember I had to stop going home. I would go home, man. I'd get off that airplane, and by the time I got to like Century and damn La Brea, I'm already reading the gang writing on the wall.
You trying to see what I still, because how I grew up, I still do that today. I'm still looking at and seeing who hood is this? Because them the ones that can get you. Them the ones that's gonna get you. The working people, the people that's trying to make it, they ain't gonna get you. It's the ones that's writing on this wall.
The thing is, I'm not even gangbanging. I'm just saying I need to know what's going on because I know this hostile environment I'm living in. But the bottom line is, and the main thing I'm trying to explain to these young people, you got to control your emotions.
Yeah,
see, that's the only message I want to. You got a brother right here, Eddie Campbell. You got me. I'm a lawyer, and we come from the same place, two different paths in life, but we are both as mature men telling all you young black kids out there, especially young black men, you got to control your emotions in this world.
We get the most time. Yeah. We get the most time. Everybody else got money. They can kind of get their way through that system. We don't have it like that. Right. As black people in this country, we don't. So you have to be smarter than doing something like that. It may make you feel like you big, but you're gonna pay tremendously for that.
Yeah. And the thing is, man, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. You welcome back anytime, man. I like
the way you talk. I'm always listening. I just don't have this just pulled me on.
Yeah,
I like the way you talk, man.
Because see, they want to say, oh, you off code, you selling out, but a lot of these people ain't never been through nothing. They ain't been through
LA. They ain't been through.
You know what's crazy? People talking about, well, he was getting jumped, dude. I got jumped in the 8th grade.
Man, that wasn't regular. Getting jumped.
Let me look, bro. I got jumped in the 8th grade at John Merritt High School. I'm battling this one little young. He from Denver Lane. I don't gangbang, but he from Denver Lane. I'm battling him. Next thing I know, bam! I'm getting hit. Now I look up and this homeboy that came over hit me. So I'm boop boop with him. And then Mr. Lou. Anybody who went to John Merritt, he came and broke it up. That's 8th grade. We had to take pictures the next day. So I got these bootleg fake gazelles from the Slauson Swap Meet to try to cover up my little black eye. That's the 8th grade. 9th grade.
And we talking.
Hold on, let me finish. 9th grade. 3 dudes. I'm fighting 3 dudes. You know what I'm saying?
That's how it was. I used to train to fight. I didn't train to fight one person. I would train to fight 3 people at least. Man, I would never train to fight one because I knew they was gonna jump me. It ain't never one-on-one.
Jump. That's I'm just saying, look, bro, black people jump people. Like, it's very rare that you see a one-on-one fight amongst black people. You gonna get jumped. That's why.
Especially when you know how to use them. Soon as they see you winning, you get jumped.
Next thing, bam. That's what it is. I mean, man, I'm over it. Look, I don't want to go to because I could go. I don't really have a lot of people to talk to because my kids don't understand these conversations. What are you talking about? They don't get it. It's very rare that I could talk to somebody.
Can I tell you why real fast? Because a lot of our generation didn't make it. A lot of our generation died. You know, I can't find nobody I went to school with. I'll be looking at the older, like my dad. He's 72 now. He can still walk his neighborhood and say, "Hey, I remember him from school." I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Everybody that I went to school with that was in my grade is either in jail or dead.
Yeah. Bro, man, and it's unfortunate, but see, here's the thing. We have to try to teach these young people, especially these young men, that avenue they take.
I'm sorry, I can't talk like that on YouTube. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, man.
No, it's all right, man. You know, it is what it is. Somebody type family friendly in the chat room. Family friendly. We'll correct this with the family friendly. But no, bro, I appreciate talking to you, Eddie, man. Like I say, I very rarely get to talk to somebody from where I'm from, who's my age. And a lot of these people don't understand me. They just think, oh, he's just another YouTuber.
They call me old fashioned. They call me old fashioned. Yeah. That's what they say, Dennis. They be like, "Oh, you're just old fashioned. You don't know you don't know. Today's the new times." What?
Ain't nothing new about it. The Bible ain't nothing new under the sun. It's still what it is. You see people still going to jail. Men still need to practice self-control. It is what it is. But see, let me say this, and I'm gonna let you go. Whatever Karmelo didn't learn about controlling himself outside, he gonna learn it in that penitentiary. I bet he controls himself in there.
He gonna learn it quick up in there because it's gonna be a dude like a dinosaur. He's gonna be 6'6" and 300 pounds of all muscle that's gonna get in his face, and he's gonna be like, "Okay, you got
yourself." I bet he push you. You ain't gonna do nothing back. You know what I'm saying? And so either you learn it outside in the real world, or in the real world, you learn it somewhere else. But either way, we can't have a society where little boys is exploding and using disproportionate force and whatnot just because somebody you got to control yourself, man. Bad stuff is gonna happen to you in life.
Like you were just saying, jump. How many people did you kill because they jumped you?
No.
That's what I'm saying. One white boy pushed me. I'm gonna fight every white boy in the vicinity before I think about stabbing them.
Man, first day of 4th grade, man, I'm getting jumped, man, by this dude named Fat Sam. I end up seeing Fat Sam. Fat Sam play defensive tackle for Hamilton High School. It was our senior year. It was their homecoming. I tore his ass up for the whole game. We scored 54-7. I got my payback. But the bottom line is, man, you got to control yourself as a man. That's all I'm saying. And at the end of the day, people can say, well, he didn't. You got to control yourself, man. But anyway, Eddie, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Stay blessed, man. All right. Thank you so much. I humbly appreciate you coming through. This is a great way to end it. All right. I'll talk to you later, man. All right. So anyway, shout out to everybody. I hope you all have appreciated this broadcast. I want to take the time to read these 7 super chats. I guess none of the rest of y'all learned anything, but that's okay. You don't owe me nothing. But I wanted to make sure I got this out. You could say what you want to say, but nothing that I said here was incorrect. Everything that I said was accurate. Everything that I said was based on the law or common experience. You hear other people, whether they agree with me or not. There's some facts that you can't disagree with, okay? That was the whole point of this. And all I wanted to do was just get in here and explain to you all why the jury got to where it got and why they were able to find that path, okay? Now, big shout out to 1001 Backbone. Where's the video of the altercation, sir? Where is it? Exists? Does it not? I don't know anything about a video. Matter of fact, I didn't even hear about this video until the verdict came down. So I'm just going to chalk it up to internet rumor until somebody shows me this video, okay? Shout out to JR, the Real Hill, late to the show. Uncle D, sorry if you explained this already, but would manslaughter not have been more fitting a crime? I mean, that would have been a win if he got manslaughter instead of murder. But the jury couldn't justify his use of force. It still has to be proportional. If he had hit him back, okay, let me give y'all a scenario. Let's say Austin Metcalf pushed Karmelo Anthony, and Karmelo hit him in the face, and he fell back and hit his head. Now, I'm not saying he jumped on top of him and stomped him out. No, he just hit. That would have been a proportional response. Now, unfortunately, the boy would have died, so you might have got a manslaughter charge. Okay, that's easier to read a manslaughter charge in that than the facts that we have here. You get pushed and you whip out a knife. Okay, but the fact that somebody died, you should always expect somebody's gonna go to prison here in the state of Texas. I think that's about as easy as I can explain it for anybody. Okay, let's move on to the next conversation. Squanchy 100X2. They were at a track meet, get a parent, teacher, or coach, no reason to stay. Man, it was parents and coaches all around. That's what I'm saying. People keep asking like, this happened in isolation. There was nobody else around. You think people are going to let one child get jumped by 4 people on a school campus in a stand? You think that's just going to go on forever? How long do y'all think that will? It don't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. You in pretty much a majority white community, you got parents. Everybody's huddled there under these 2 tents that was right next to each other. You got parents. You have teachers. You got coaches. People are nearby. Does it make sense that they were going to let somebody get jumped, even if he did have to fight it out for a few seconds? Do you think they're going to let him just pound him out for 2 or 3 minutes? That don't make sense. And the jury didn't believe it. And those people live up there. And that's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. They got there in a certain way. These are the facts that they apply. Whether you agree or disagree, these are the facts that they applied. Now let's move on to the next one. 99 Problems 253 says, if it's true that 3 black jurors were educators, that's their common denominator, how effective do you think the Batson challenge will be? Well, I mean, you can look, they can use it. I remember I was doing a civil rights case down in New Orleans, and the city attorney, he objected, slick ass fella too, man. City attorney in New Orleans, he came through and he objected to our defendants. Now, the case was Joe James versus the city of New Orleans. My client, it was my first federal trial, and I tried it with a brother named Brian McMillan out of New Orleans. He asked me to be second chair. And like I said, it was a civil rights case, man. And, our client had this alarm, and it went off like dozens and dozens of times. So at some point, he got arrested for making false police reports because his alarm kept calling alarms to the NOPD. Well, anyway, when we were doing the voir dire, actually, federal court don't actually let you do a voir dire like state court. Well, not this particular judge. But when we were striking the jury, we struck a couple for cause. We struck this one black lady because she referred to herself as a Negro, right? Mind you, it is 2004 at this time. She referred to herself as a Negro on her jury informational sheet. And so we like, nah, we probably don't want her on the jury. She sees herself as a Negro. All right, that's just odd, okay? And so we struck her for cause. This is a black woman. We had a black defendant, and a black plaintiff. We struck her for cause, didn't want her there. And the city attorney, he struck my clients because they lived in New Orleans, not because they lived they were black. But keep in mind, at that time, New Orleans was majority black. And I'm like, you striking them for geographical reason? And we argued with the judge, but it was valid. And so that's the civil case. So you have even a Batson style civil challenge. But yeah, it's definitely something that can be appealed in the criminal sense. So yeah, it's worth a shot. Thank you so much. Also, 101 back one. Who cares what the eyewitnesses said if there's a video? Find the video. There's no video that I know of. That's what I'm trying to say. The eyewitnesses, you don't need a video if you have the eyewitnesses. I mean, that's how testimony is brought forth in the court. But thank you so much. Casual Germ, supporting the learning session. Thank you so much, fam. And B Hunter, I'm learning something tonight. I appreciate you too. Now, fam, let me close with this, and I want to thank everybody for the time you spent with me. I hope you learned something. I hope you all appreciate the hard work and me opening this up to the public. I know it's a little different from what we normally do, but I think it was necessary. We speak the truth on this page, and we don't hold back. And I don't really care if you like it or not. I'm not here to be your friend. I don't care if you like me. I don't want your money. I'm not motivated by that. I've had enough money for enough time in my life to realize it's really not that important. It's not going to make you feel loved. It's not going to make you feel better when you're sick. It's great to have around, but you can't buy me because you don't have enough money to buy me, because money is not what motivates me. Legacy is what motivates me. How I'm perceived when I'm gone is what motivates me. And so that's why I'm always going to speak the truth, even if you don't like it, because eventually the truth will be vindicated. And see, that's why I am in life. Okay. Now, after everything we talked about today, after all the criticism, after all the emotions, after all the back and forth, I want to ask one simple question. Out of all of the advice you heard today, what advice would you actually give your own children? Not what sounds good online. Not what gets applause in the comment section. Not what makes you sound tough in front of strangers. I mean, what advice would you give your child if you love that child and wanted that child to come home and wanted that child to stay alive and wanted that child to stay free and wanted that child to have a future? Would you tell your child, don't let anybody disrespect you? If they touch you, you should do whatever you got to do? Or would you tell your child to walk away if you can? Or use proportional force if you have to? Don't escalate a fight into killing somebody. Don't turn one bad moment into a lifetime prison sentence. Because see, that's really what this whole conversation comes down to. And that's the perspective I'm coming from. I'm not telling children to be weak. I'm not telling children to let people beat them up. I'm not telling children that they don't have a right to defend themselves. That's not what I said. That's not what I believe. What I'm saying is this: your response has to match the threat. If somebody pushes you, that doesn't automatically mean you get to kill them. If somebody disrespects you, that doesn't mean you get to pull out a weapon. If somebody puts hands on you, that may give you the right to defend yourself, depending on who it is. But it doesn't automatically give you the right to use deadly force. If your parents put their hands on you, you better not haul off and hit them. Same thing for your grandparents. Same thing for the other adults that love you, children. So just because somebody puts their hands on you don't mean you have a right to attack them or fight them. Same thing goes for the police officers. You might not like what I'm saying, but if the police officers put their hands on you and you fight back, guess what? You're going to end up in a body bag. They're going to call more and more and more of them. And eventually you're going to be beat down on the ground, face down, handcuffs on with a knee in your back or on your neck. So again, there's a time and a place for everything. But see, that's common sense. See, that's the difference between street talk and courtroom reality. And as parents, especially Black parents, but this applies to anybody, but especially Black parents, we don't have the luxury of giving our children fantasy advice. The world is not fair. So we have to give them survival advice because we know how this system works. We know that if a Black child makes a bad decision, the system may not see a child. More likely than not, it's going to see a criminal. More likely than not, it's going to see the usual suspect. If we know that, why not teach our children appropriately? If we know that if a black child uses a weapon, the system is not going to give them the benefit of the doubt, why not let them know that? We know that if a black child kills somebody, even in a confusing situation, the state is probably going to throw the book at them. So if we know that, what's the responsible advice we should give our children, especially our sons? Is it responsible advice to tell them to stand there and prove that they're a man or tough? Or is it responsible advice to say, son, if you can walk away, walk away. If you can leave, leave. If you can avoid jail, avoid jail. If you can avoid killing somebody, avoid killing somebody. And if you can avoid destroying your own life, avoid destroying your own life. That's fatherly advice. That's motherly advice. That's responsible advice. It doesn't matter what color your child is. What, white parents should tell their children that? Black parents, Hispanic parents, Asian parents, Arab parents, all y'all, Indian parents. You should tell your children that. Every responsible parent should tell their children, don't let your ego write a check your life can't cash. Because once somebody's dead, you don't get to take it back. Once the police show up, you don't control the story anymore. Once the prosecutor files charges, you don't control the process anymore. Once 12 people get in that jury box, you don't control how they see you. And once the judge gives that sentence, all the people who told you online that you were right are not going to do a damn thing to help you. They're not going to do that time for you. They're not going to sit in that cell with you. They're not going to give you your youth back. And they're not going to raise your kids. They're not going to restore your family of the person who died. They're just going to move on to the next viral story. It'll be something next week. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Not because I'm trying to win a popularity contest. I don't give a damn. But that's why y'all like me. Tell the truth. That's why y'all like me. Because out of all these YouTubers, I don't tell you what you want to hear. Ever. I'm not trying to make people comfortable. I'm not scared of criticism. I'm saying this because somebody has to tell the truth out here. Walking away is not weakness. I done walked away from plenty. Walking away is discipline. Walking away is wisdom. Walking away is maturity. And sometimes walking away is the difference between graduating and being being sentenced. Karmelo Anthony's not going to graduate from college. He's not going to be a father anytime soon. He's not going to be a husband anytime soon. And depending on how this prison stay go, he might not ever be. See, walking away is the difference between being embarrassed for 5 minutes and being locked up for 35 years. And if my son asks me what he should do, I'm going to tell him the truth. Defend yourself if you have to. Protect your life if you truly have to. But don't confuse disrespect with danger. And don't confuse embarrassment with deadly threat. And don't confuse anger with justification. And just because you were scared don't mean you have a legal right to take somebody's life. Don't let these people who don't love you talk you into a decision that can bury you or imprison you for the rest of your life. The internet don't love you. These people in the comments said they don't love you, don't even like you. They just here for the spectacle. Y'all better not believe the internet. Now, after all the arguing and after all the name calling and all the criticism and all the comments, that's my position. Walk away if you can. Use proportional force if you must. Stay alive. Stay free. Don't kill anybody over your ego. Don't go to prison over pride. And don't let people online give your children bad advice they wouldn't want their own children to follow. And that's the more responsible advice. That's more fatherly advice. That's the advice I'm going to keep on giving. This is Uncle D. God bless you all. I love you. And as I always say at this time, I'm out.
Dennis Spurling Podcast. Hit the like button, subscribe.